Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the HerStory Online Summit, Day 7. The HerStory Online Summit is a platform that brings you the extraordinary tales of everyday women who are changing the world. I'm your host, Gertrude Mache, and I'm the founder and the global curator of the HerStory Circle movement. And I'm really honored to be coming to you today from beautiful Melbourne, Australia. To begin with, I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today. I would like to pay my respect to their elders, past, present, and emerging, and extend that respect to all First Nations people joining us from around the world. Over the next 3 days, you will dive into the lives, challenges, and triumphs of remarkable women. These are stories of courage, resilience, creativity, and leadership. Stories that remind us that when women rise, communities and nations rise with them. This summit is more than just a series of talks. It's a global circle, a space for inspiration, connection, and transformation. Together, we will share knowledge, ignite conversations, and plant seeds of change. So I invite you to grab a cup of coffee, settle in, open your heart, and allow yourself to be inspired by the incredible journeys that you will hear. This is her story because every woman's voice matters and every story has got the power to change the world. Imagine if the world could heal itself the way our blood heals wounds, quietly, naturally, without borders, without judgment. My story is deeply rooted in an African philosophy that is close to my heart, Ubuntu. Ubuntu says, I am because you are. It teaches us that humanity is not made up of separate individuals, but one interconnected body. And just like the cells in your body, our survival as a species depends on us remembering that there is no you, there is no me, there is only we. In 2017, I collapsed in a rice field in Bali, Indonesia. I was rushed to hospital, hooked up to all these machines, watching an angiogram, and the dye rushing through my veins in the monitor in front of me. In that moment, I realized I did something strange. I started a conversation with my heart. I asked it, why? Why are you doing this to me? And my heart answered back ever so gently. And it said, Gertrude, you have done this to me. I pump oxygen and nutrients into every single cell of your body to keep you alive, but you have forgotten to take care of me. That conversation changed everything because it reminded me that just as my heart is connected to every cell in my body, every human being is connected to one another. This is the essence of Ubuntu. It is the spiritual foundation of most African societies. A way of life that says, I am human because I belong, because I'm connected, because I see myself in you. Ubuntu reminds us that our perceived differences are only skin deep. When scientists finished sequencing the human genome, they discovered that every single one of us, Black, white, rich, poor, male or female, is 99.9% the same. So if our DNA knows the truth, why have we forgotten it? Before I had a brush with death in a rice field in Indonesia, years earlier, I had thought I had it all. I was married to my best friend for 27 years. We had built a beautiful life in New Zealand after fleeing the AIDS pandemic in Africa. I was the mother of three amazing children, a property investor, a businesswoman, retiring at 49. And then it all collapsed. Our 31-year relationship gone. I lost my marriage. I lost my wealth. I lost my health. And all of it gone, I also lost the will to live. I had a recurring dream of ending my life. And I would do it on the balcony of my beautiful mansion, with my youngest son being the one who would find me. When I shared this story with him, he hugged me and he said, "Mom, I see you. I see your pain. I see how miserable you are. You need to look after you." I knew that my mind was taking me to very dark places. I was on antidepressants, and just waking up in the morning felt like I was digging myself out of a grave with a teaspoon. And those words that my son said pulled me back. They reminded me of something Africa had taught me a long time ago, that when life breaks you, you don't heal alone. You heal in community. In Africa, when a woman is broken by loss, by violence, by despair, we gather. We sit in circles. We share stories. We weep together. We remind each other that you are not alone. We are one body. I didn't know then that by sharing my story of heartbreak and survival on Facebook, on social media, I was recreating this tradition virtually. Within days, thousands of women from around the world wrote back to me. One person saying, "I had a stroke. I ended up with breast cancer. I had heart failure too." And slowly this circle has grown. Today, the Her Story Circle is a community of 250,000 women across 45 countries who share their voices, their healing, their Ubuntu. Because when one of us bleeds, we all bleed. When one of us heals, we all heal. Think of it this way. If you cut your finger and you start to bleed, your white blood cells will rush to that point to heal the wound. Not because the finger knows that it's responsible, but the body knows instinctively that if one part of me is injured, the whole of me suffers. Humanity is exactly the same. The solution to our crisis, the wars, the poverty, racism, climate collapse, is not power, it's not money, it's not politics. The solution is connection, compassion, and radical empathy. The solution is to remember that we are the cells of one body called humanity. So, what does that mean to you? It means tomorrow, when you bump into a stranger on the street, when you're scrolling on your phone, on social media, and you meet someone that you disagree with, when you are suffering or you see suffering in a community that is not your own, there is no stranger. There is no other. There is no you. There is no me. There is only we. So just as my heart spoke to me in Bali, I want to leave you with this question. What would change in your life, in your family, in your workplace, in your nation, if you started living as though we were one body? Ubuntu is not just a philosophy. It's a heartbeat. It's a rhythm older than time. A reminder that healing is not an individual act. It is a collective one. And if we could live with this truth, then maybe, just maybe, the world could heal itself the way our blood heals wounds. Thank you. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first speaker for the day, an amazing woman who shares a story very similar to mine. Nanette. It is an honor and a privilege to have you on our platform today. Nanette is a divorce and life reinvention coach who is dedicated to empowering women over 40 as they navigate the emotional and practical complexities of divorce. With compassion and clarity, she supports her clients through every phase of the journey, from pre-divorce planning and decision-making to the legal and emotional process, and finally, the post-divorce healing and life reinvention. She helps women reclaim their confidence, rediscover their purpose, and design a vibrant, fulfilling next chapter. I'll tell you this, I wish I had met you when I was going through my challenge. Thank you so much for being with us today, my sister. The stage is yours.
Oh, thank you so very much for that beautiful welcome. Hi, everyone, and I am really excited to be here. Not excited because of my journey, but because I've discovered who I am and how I can help you. From shattered dreams to my new beginnings, life was skipping along beautifully, not without its own challenges. I was the mother of 3 beautiful children, married for 20 years with my partner 25, or my ex-husband 25 years. I was happy. Again, not without troubles, but together had a beautiful home. We owned a restaurant. We had a thriving life full of beautiful things and beautiful people, and what I thought was happiness forever. And then in 2020, it was September, I remember distinctly, we were in the lobby of a hotel because we had just been at a wedding. And the news hit me that infidelity had crept into my marriage. I was devastated. I don't know any other word to describe it. It was debilitating. And I sat in denial for 2 years. Our children didn't know. Our families didn't know. We kept trying to work at things. I kept trying to work at things. My children didn't know it, but they are the reason that I was able to pull myself out of bed in the morning, to make the lunches, to get them off to school. Then I would climb back into bed, reading on how to save my marriage. I would do anything. Ironically, I had always said that I would tolerate anything in my marriage but infidelity, until it hits you that it's happened. And my body was on autopilot. I thought I looked great. I thought I was really trying to pretend things weren't really what they were. For 2 years, I sat in this denial. The lying continued. And eventually, I found my way. And I knew I had to change things. The journey through divorce was painful. It was dark. I was not able to think clearly. I was not able to function as I wanted to, as a mother. As a young girl, that was my dream, to be a mother, to be married, to have a household. And I had done it for 20 years. But now I found myself alone. I knew I had to change my path, but I didn't know how to do it. I was lost. And I Googled how to save my marriage. I literally typed those words in. All kinds of books came up. I could do a program. We tried so hard. And then one day I realized that everyone knew about what was happening, and even my children. And I realized that I had to make a change. 2 years went by. My husband moved out. And then as we moved through this journey, I knew that the only solution, the only thing we could do now was get a divorce. And it broke my heart. It truly, truly broke my heart. But I had nothing left to give, and he was giving nothing. So after 3 years, 4 years, we finally divorced. I guess that would take us to 2015. I always say the good news is I don't keep track anymore as to how long I've been divorced. But then I'm sitting wondering, what am I going to do? I had 3, again, beautiful adult children, and they lived in different parts of the country, and I would visit them and travel as much as I could. But I knew something was missing in my life. My heart had started to heal, but again, there was something missing in my life. I knew there was more for me to do. I knew I had a purpose. I just needed to find it. Now 2020 hits. Now this is 10 years after the heartbreak, the journey of trying to heal and find my way. But in 2020, as we all know, the one thing we had in common was the world almost shut down. That's what it felt like. I always said I felt like the universe was reprimanding us and sent us back to our rooms to think about what we had done. Our country, our worlds were a mess. After 2 weeks of Netflix binging and banana bread baking, I knew that I had to do something else. I was a person who was used to going, constantly busy, and now I had to stay still. And my story truly begins with the free online class at Yale University called The Science of Well-Being. That class changed my life. In this course, the professor talked about Dr. Michael Beckwith. That name piqued my interest. I couldn't think of who he was and why I knew him. So from that point, I decided to Google him. That's what we do in our world. And of course, when his picture came up, the Dr. Beckwith I had been introduced to on the Oprah Winfrey show so many years ago, with his beautiful dreadlocks and his calm and peaceful stature. Well, Dr. Beckwith is now balding, so that's why I didn't recognize him when I had seen pictures of him with this class. And I discovered that Dr. Beckwith was teaching on a platform called Mind Valley. And in these quests, they don't call them courses, they call them quests. I took his quest. And truly, from there, my learning journey exploded. I couldn't get enough. I had my quests lined up as to how I wanted to take them and which ones I should take in which order. And in that weeks of trying to consume everything, and I had a lot of time, it was 2020. So that's how I spent my days, just educating myself and realizing that life coaching was where my journey was going to take me. I had no idea where it would lead me. I didn't know how. I just started taking my certifications. And I became a certified life coach in the summer of 2020. Maybe it was September of 2020. And I remember I was sitting in my living room in the house that I shared with my husband, and it was beautiful. I was overlooking the water. I was able to, sit peacefully and learning to meditate and really reflecting on how I would move forward, and became a certified life coach. And at that point, I knew, well, I was instructed to get my own life coach, and I did. And she also changed my life, because from there, through our conversation, she encouraged me to write my book that I had kind of always wanted to do and just kept pushing it aside. By the end of our first session, she had encouraged me to start writing, and I did. She gave me 2 weeks to write 30,000 words. It seemed a little daunting, but I did it. And that became the cornerstone of my coaching. In 2021, as I was still writing my book that she had encouraged me to do, I was reached out. I was contacted by a coach, a divorce coach. I was blown away. Divorce coach? Why didn't I know they existed? That is when I knew I was niching down to who I really needed to coach. I would become a divorce coach. And my journey took me to becoming a divorce and life reinvention coach for women over 40. Now, I specifically coach also, my focus is on the gray divorce. And for any of you who don't know, in the US, I am in the Detroit metro area of Michigan in the United States of America. And a gray divorce means you are over 50 and you are going through a divorce. Well, no one told me that when I was 50 and going through a divorce. And suddenly things all started to make sense to me. In my training and my business coaches and networking, I was in touch with a woman who shared with me one of the most powerful quotes that I always repeat to all of you. Life really does begin at 40, because until then, you're just doing research. My life began to make sense. I was over 50, and I was still trying to figure out, where is my life taking me now that I am, no longer a wife. I'm a mother of 3, but there is more to it. There is more to it for me. And that quote brought it all together for me. So now I want to be able to share with women who are in the situation that I was in, feeling lost, fearful, terrified of the future. I always said I feared the future. But now the beautiful part is I no longer fear the future. It excites me. I have so many things that I want to do. And part of that is helping women who are going through a divorce, who need support, who need that community of love and caring and guidance. It is so important for us to realize that this journey should not be taken alone. You wouldn't climb a mountain alone. One of my analogies is, when you are going on a beautiful vacation, you generally will research, you'll hire a travel agent, and generally you take a trip with someone because you want them to enjoy this beautiful journey with you. Well, my analogy is, why would you want to take this terrifying journey alone? why wouldn't you want to prepare with someone who's been on the journey and who understands your emotions? There are a lot of them: sadness, depression, denial, grief. Grief is real when you're divorcing. You need to find a coach. You need to talk to another person that has been on this journey because they understand you. A divorce coach is relatable to you. When a client says to me, "Is this normal, this feeling?" It gives her great comfort to know that when I say, "Absolutely it is. Today you're allowed to be sad. You're allowed to not do anything. But tomorrow you have to get up. Tomorrow you have to be ready to face the day." Because your self-care is ultimately the most important thing that you will do on this journey. And part of your self-care is being prepared, having a support team. I am not an advocate for divorce. I did not want one. But I am an advocate for knowledge and preparation. So many women say to me when I tell them what I do, "I wished I'd have known you when I was divorcing." So get to it. When you said that, it's like I felt all of that because my response is generally, "I wished I'd have known me when I was divorcing."
Mm.
That-
Wow, Nanette, thank you so much. And thank you for the work that you are doing.
Absolutely.
This is incredible. It's needed. Women are looking for that support.
Yeah.
It's a real honor to have you on our platform today.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. It's important for me to get my message out to women. As you know, when you're suffering in silence, it's painful, and your body reacts to it.
So we're going to call the next speaker. I'm going to ask you to hang around so we can have the Q&A in a panel.
Absolutely.
I will bring you on in 15 minutes after we've listened to our next speaker. Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Wow. What an incredible story. The sad thing is these stories are more common than they are uncommon. So many women suffer in silence, suffer in pain, but it doesn't have to be like that. So it gives me pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Elise is an author of the Cassidy Jones Adventures, an acclaimed young adult action adventure series that is featuring a teenage heroine grappling with newfound superpowers and secret identities. A lifelong lover of storytelling, she has written 5 novels in a series, all praised for their empowering female protagonists, dynamic plots, and emotional depth. Her work especially resonates with young women navigating their own paths of identity, courage, and voice. Originally a freelance writer, she transitioned into fiction with a desire to offer readers a relatable and strong heroine. Beyond her books, her passion is all about empowering the next generation through literature that inspires bravery, integrity, and self-discovery. So welcome, welcome, welcome to our stage. You are not new to the community. We have heard from you before, but it's always inspiring to see where you're at. The stage is yours.
Hi, Gertrude. I think that you might have gotten my bio mixed up with someone else. I am a custom wedding stationer and live wedding painter.
Ooh, how did that happen? My apologies.
It's okay.
All right, so I'll ask you to read your own bio. Thank you.
Sure.
Bio. Oh my gosh. My apologies.
Yes. So my name is Elise with E Stokes Creations. I am actually a custom wedding invitation designer and live wedding painter. I am based in Atlanta, Georgia, in the US, and I have been the owner of my business for goodness, almost 7 years now. And yeah, I actually wanted to talk a little bit about diversity and inclusion within the wedding industry, because that is something that is super important to me. So I am 32, no, 33 now. I forgot I just had a birthday. And I grew up in the Atlanta area, went to college, and actually ended up earning my undergraduate degree in international affairs from Kennesaw State University, and ended up minoring in African and African diaspora studies. I had originally been planning on doing my degree in the purpose of wanting to go into international nonprofit. I had the intention of becoming potentially a U.S. ambassador or working with an international nonprofit in order to focus specifically. My realm of interest was within Southern Africa. And so I learned a lot about, within cultures, within societies, obviously a lot of shared things that can combine and make us similar, but also obviously wanting to appreciate and be excited and inspired by the differences within different cultures. And so I really, really enjoyed what I was studying in school. Like I said, it was international relations with a minor in African and African diaspora studies. And it was a few years before the pandemic, before the Black Lives Matter movement had come out. And so when things, did sort of shift during the pandemic, and, I think that for many people, racial injustices were something to be really aware of anyway. But then I think with the pandemic, I think came a new, different type of spotlight during that time. And by this point, I had already begun my wedding invitation business because basically when I got married, my wedding came and went, and I had made my own wedding invitations, really fell in love with the wedding industry. And I really wanted to try to figure out how I could combine both of my passions. So again, when everything was going on with the pandemic, I really wanted to make sure that my business was set apart, that it was something known, that I was intentional, wanting to make sure that my business could reflect what I had gone to school for. And so it was really important to me to, take a look at the wedding industry in general. And I looked at what gaps I noticed within representation. And something that became really important to me was wanting to see everyone feel represented, for everyone to feel seen. I wanted my business to reflect my own values, my own empathy, my own desire for connection. And so I really pivoted the way that I was marketing my own business so that, it wasn't what I was normally seeing, which was white heterosexual couples, these pretty brides with blonde hair and blue eyes. And I really wanted to just make sure that that my business was a little bit different. And so I started marketing a little bit differently, showing that, there's not just one kind of couple that I am interested in serving. Within the wedding industry as a whole, I started looking for different relationships that I could harbor within, my sphere of influence, so that I could really go out of my way and try to just see what ways I could make a difference in my little corner of the world. And so, yeah, I have built my business in like I said, it's been since 2018. I've had my business. Actually, just in a few weeks, it'll be my 7th anniversary. And so, I remember having a conversation with a couple who had gone through my Instagram profile and my website, and they just felt that I was really different than most of the wedding vendors that they were kind of used to. I think, especially in the United States right now, there is a lot of fear within, especially the LGBTQ community right now. And so it was just something that I really wanted to take seriously and make my stance with my business known personally. I do that by, as I said, making sure that I have, as much inclusive language on my website and on my profiles, making sure that I am including different couples in different photos, and really showing that, every single possible type of couple is worth being celebrated. And so I've had a lot of fun meeting a lot of really unique and different fun couples, and creating their custom wedding invitations, or showing up and painting live at their wedding ceremony. And I've tried to build a business where I'm able to kind of broaden beyond weddings, that, inclusivity isn't just a tactic for trying to, market for your own business. But I would definitely encourage, anyone who is listening right now, what ways can you consider how to, broaden it within your own realm. It's a way to lead, it's a way to live, and finding how you can intentionally, contribute within your own society. So, ultimately, whether you're running a company, leading a team, raising children, building your community, I think at the end of the day, when we're making space for others to be fully themselves, we are able to just multiply the possibilities that are around us. And so I definitely would just encourage you to take a look at your sphere, and see what ways that you can really go out of your way to show, hey, I'm here, I'm listening, you're important. Whether that's through custom wedding invitations and a live wedding painting within the wedding industry, whether that is, taking notice of the neighbor next door, whether that is going out and providing a service of some sort within your community. I think it's just important to reflect and consider and think through how you can make that impact. So thank you so much for having me today. I definitely encourage all of the women looking around for how they can, look at the place in their own life or their work, and see how they can choose inclusion. So thank you for letting me share my story with you.
Thank you so much. So now let's have a bit of a panel conversation where I'll ask each of you some questions. Mm-hmm. Nanette, your book, The Shattered Dreams and New Beginnings.
Yes.
Captures your personal story. Mm-hmm. What was the defining moment that pushed you from heartbreak into healing?
Oh, I truly believe that it was my own inner determination. I was not going to let divorce define me. I was going to show my children that I was resilient, because for a very long time I was not. As I told in my story, I felt I had to stay in my marriage for the children. until one day I realized that I had to leave for the children. I did not want my daughters to see that I was not strong. I did not want my son to see that this is how you should treat a woman and that she will hang around even if you do treat her poorly. So that was truly that moment of when I realized that I had to shift, I had to leave the marital home and start on my own journey. And like I said, I didn't know what direction I was going in. I was just looking straight ahead. And I was going to make sure that I followed my instincts. I really started to listen to me because I had ignored me for a very long time.
So what were some of the most unexpected emotional or identity shifts that you experienced during that time?
Well, the most unexpected emotion I felt was grief. I expected anger through, divorce and trying to figure out my what's next. I expected sadness and depression, but grief was not something I expected to feel. So once I addressed it, and really what I learned was you have to address all the emotions that you're feeling. Yeah. Once I learned that I have to address it so that I could move through it, that's when I realized that I could get to that other side of that the old adage, the sun will shine again, it will come out tomorrow. Yeah, it gets dark first, but then that sun comes out. And it was just sheer determination that I would survive, not just survive, but I would thrive. Again, I didn't know what it would look like, but I just kept moving forward.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
Now to go to you, Elise, you have a wedding painting, live wedding painting, which is a very unique niche. Mm-hmm. Can you share the moment that you realized that this became a full-time business for you? How did it all start?
Yes. So like I had mentioned in kind of my personal story, I got married back in 2018, and my husband and I, we tried to plan everything out, and I ended up looking into, how am I going to do my own wedding invitations and what am I going to do for my wedding? And I ended up just feeling like everything was very impersonal that I had found online. I felt like I had seen my friends sending out almost the same wedding invitations over and over. And so I ended up making our own, actually, and really just fell in love with it. And when we returned from our honeymoon, my husband and I actually had a conversation trying to decide, what's next. I had expressed, I feel like this is something I'd be interested in continuing and offering to other people. And what ended up happening was we decided, let me try to make this sort of a side thing for a little while at first, with the goal of building, and that eventually whenever we started having kids, that maybe it would be something that would be sustainable for us, for me to be able to stay home and then do, weekends, doing weddings if I needed to, but otherwise being able to be flexible and work from home. And my son ended up being born in April of 2023, and I have been able to be full-time ever since. But I started specifically with live wedding paintings while I was pregnant, right? I think literally I had my first wedding painting right before I had gotten pregnant. And it was so much fun to just be there on the actual wedding day, to see, the vows be exchanged and see how they decided to do the decor for everything. And so that was how it all had gotten started, that I started with wedding invitations first, then started the live wedding painting side of things, and gratefully have been able to be full-time with my business for a few years. So, yeah.
That's amazing. Now, many entrepreneurs struggle to stand out in a crowded market. What strategies helped you to carve out your own lane in the wedding industry?
I definitely think a lot of it comes down to how I position myself within the industry. I've learned a lot about marketing within my business, but I have tried to really take the position that each couple is unique and deserving of something that reflects the magic of their own relationship, something that isn't going to be, replicated by whoever's going to be getting married the next day at that same venue. It's something that deserves to stand alone in its own right. And so that's the way that I've kind of pivoted myself, at least, is just really focusing on the fact that each couple is, deserving of kind of that honed in focus from me. And then I would say one of my gifts is being able to recognize what makes that couple really unique and take what the overall vision is for that couple in order to create really intentional pieces of art for them, while making it fun and exciting and enjoyable for their guests as well. So yeah, I would say that it's kind of a combination between the customizable piece of my business, and really leaning into that with my marketing, but also how intentionally one of a kind I really make sure my process is.
Yeah, that's awesome. Now, talking about marrying again, I'll go back to you, Nanette. You remarried 3 years ago, something you
Yes.
never thought you would do again. What changed for you, and how did you open your heart again?
Oh gosh, yes, it's my now husband and I laugh because even when I met him, I was not really open to meeting anyone. But it truly, guess it makes you realize when you walk through life open-hearted. I wasn't looking for anyone, but I was definitely open-hearted to move forward with my life. I joked with him that I wanted to get engaged because I said I was too young to have a boyfriend or too old to have a boyfriend. It's like, I have to stop introducing. I don't want to introduce you as my boyfriend anymore. I'm 55 years old or however old I was. I'm like, I can't do that anymore. So I think it was just, I wasn't really thinking that I would meet someone that I would like to move forward in my life together. We have a very unconventional marriage as far as I live in the US and he lives in Canada.
Okay.
We're border cities, so we're an hour apart. We see each other Friday through Monday, but during and it's nothing different than a couple that travels for work.
Long distance relationship, yes.
There's so many people that, gone Monday through Friday for work, and we don't have children. We don't have children together. We enjoy each other's company, but we're both 60. We like our own space. But, I think it's just a matter of learning that, like Elise said, everybody's relationship is different, and everyone's relationship should be really applauded and celebrated, and we can all live our lives and happy, but it doesn't have to be by someone else's terms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now you're specializing and working with women over 50 who are going through the gray divorce. The first time I've heard that term, actually. What makes this life stage particularly challenging or unique in divorce recovery?
Yeah. Well, as a woman that went through it herself, you've been with someone for most of your life, and you had a plan, and your life is growing and moving along, and now you have to navigate retirement. There's often a lot more involved in separating assets. Many of the people that I coach, they may have multiple homes. They might have businesses together. Some of my clients actually still have to work with their spouses that they're going to be divorced. There's a lot more emotion attached to the marital home. You've been in it for so long.
Yeah.
And there's, again, and unfortunately, unfortunately, women over 40, over 50, this generation, often women don't have input into the financial decisions. They often don't know. Many times they don't have credit cards in their name. They're not sure their name is on the house. There's a lot that they're not familiar with. And it's really no fault of their own, because that's how, maybe she stayed home and raised the children and he was the breadwinner, and the investments. And sometimes they're not even in charge of the daily bill paying. So they are really starting
from scratch.
And that's where when a woman is divorcing at that age, her biggest fear is finances and being alone. Because often the children they're either, in college, maybe they're married and you already have grandchildren. It's just that different stage. I was 50. I had been with my ex-husband since I was 18. I'm like, how do I date? I don't know. So there's just new challenges that really don't come up if you've, maybe only been married 10 years. There's decades of history and memories. And that all has to be unpacked.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay. To go back to you, Elise, your brand, you are a brand champion for diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. How do you initially weave these values into your art and your client's experience?
I think for a lot of it, at the beginning stages, I really try to make sure that that's something that is easily reflective within my body of work. Obviously I have a lot of paintings and clients that I could choose from in order to, put on my website, but I really make sure that that when someone is scrolling through my feed, it's not going to look like I just painted the same couple,
over and over again
in a row. So I've been honored to attend weddings with, couples in the LGBTQ community, couples that are having a traditional South Asian Indian wedding, couples that are interracial, couples that are plus size. That's another, thing that might not be thought of, within the wedding industry, is that it's very, the skinny couples are the ones that are kind of pushed to the front. And so that's something that I have really tried to be intentional with, is making sure that, as someone is scrolling through my body of work, before we even get on, a consultation call to talk through things, that they're able to see, oh, this couple is similar to me, even if they're not, exactly the same culture or, exactly the same, whatever circumstance.
And but the gray couple as well.
I have had several people that are on their second marriage that I've been able to work with.
I love that.
And so again, definitely thinking about everything and anything that, I've even had the opportunity to do vow renewals as well, where again, it's not a one size fits all industry. And I feel that sometimes from the outside looking in, it can feel like it is a one size fits all. And so that's, I would say, probably the main initial way. But again, once I start having the conversation with my couples, really just making sure that I am intentional in capturing what their story is and their journey is, to bring that to life as much as I can.
So what role did your travels in Europe and Africa and your studies in international affairs and African diaspora studies play in shaping your worldview and your artistic approach?
Oh my goodness. Well, definitely, besides having just a total blast with traveling and learning, I would say that it helped me not shy away from hard conversations, whether that is within my marriage, having, hey, we've got two different opinions and we need to figure this out. Whether that's within my family relationships. I know, Nanette, that you had mentioned, women of, my mother's generation is a little bit older than you. But I remember at one point my parents had separated, and, she had to open her own bank account for the first time. And she had been literally just a homemaker since I was born. I was the oldest and and they ended up getting back together, but she decided, hey, I'm going to keep this in my name because it's a power thing for her too, an equality thing. But I remember, just to kind of tie in that, like, yes, I totally hear what you're talking about. But, having hard conversations with my parents about, as much as sometimes I don't want to talk to them about their marriage, but sometimes it is something that I need to, and that's something I'm not afraid of. But also I think not being afraid of speaking up within my business when I need to, again, really just make my stance known about a particular topic or about something that I'm passionate about. I think it opened my eyes to the fact that many conversations regarding the topic of diversity and inclusion and equity are going to have emotional triggers associated with that. And so I think that it helped me figure out how to be an empathetic listener without sacrificing my own truths. So yes, I think that in a lot of ways, it's just helped me to be a better listener, to be a better conflict navigator as needed. But then also I would say that it's helped me also to just enjoy and appreciate and fall in love with, especially when I get to serve a couple that is from a different cultural background. I think that's probably when I get most excited, just because it gives me an opportunity to dive in and learn about, well, why does this ceremony happen within the wedding? And how can I really highlight that in an intentional way with the way that I do their artwork? And so, yeah, I think that it's something that I just have had a really fun time getting to see how I can serve and make that happen with my couples.
Love it. Love that.
So my last question for you, Nanette, is what legacy do you hope to leave through your work as an author, a coach, an advocate for women who are starting over later in life?
I love that question, because the legacy I want to leave is that a woman can change her life, even if it is later in her life. But I also want to leave the legacy for my kids, but I want to leave the legacy for young women, even, that they can change the way things move forward when they get married and how they lay their foundation for their marriage, that it is equal, that they have to go into it with the knowledge and the preparation, that it's more than just that day. It is a lifetime of changes. But really that women you can change your outlook. You can be a strong person. You have to learn to be comfortable being uncomfortable. And we all have to stick together. And that's the legacy. I want to change the narrative of divorce, and I want to be a part of that change.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
Last question for you, Elise. Looking ahead, what's your dream for the next chapter for East Stokes Creations? And how do you see your impact expanding within and beyond the wedding industry?
Goodness. I feel like it's one of those things that, I have goals within my business of how I want to continue to grow, but thinking about 10 years down the line, and what impact do I want to have? I think that I would like my impact to be one that, obviously my goal is that my couples are so obsessed with what I've created for them that they keep it for a lifetime.
Yes.
But I would say too, I think that I really want to help create a life where my husband can pursue his dreams, and that my son can grow up seeing his mom being strong and being someone that fights for the life that we're creating together. And that, ultimately, I think that that's what I want to create within my family dynamic for, as a result of my business, is just something that is, even further sustainable. And then as far as my impact goes, I'm like, oh, this is such a good question. I think that I really would love to see, the wedding industry continue to evolve. And I would love to be part of, even a collective or something that we're just, helping change the conversations about what the wedding industry is, helping create a new norm, and seeing my business, be part of that. I think that's what the ultimate hope would be.
That's fantastic. Well, ladies, thank you both so much for coming online and sharing with us today. We have a friend of mine who's based in Canada chiming in online on YouTube. She said, I can relate.
Yeah.
It's so hard starting over. Thank you for sharing your story. I think that's
very welcome. Yes.
Very
You're welcome.
Story. But thank you to both of you for gracing us with your presence today. Absolutely wonderful to have you with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
All right. So now we will go on to our next speaker. Ladies, feel free to hang around if you want, or you are free to go. But it was absolutely wonderful having you here today. Our next speaker is again known to our platform. She has spoken at several events, and we've been tracking her progress, tracking her life for almost 5 years, I think, since her story started. Dr. Nishi Parkinson's has been a very, very big part of our journey with everything that she does. She's a dynamic speaker, an HIV advocate, a transformational leader who's dedicated to empowering Black women through health education, self-love, and storytelling. Diagnosed with HIV at the age of 17, she turned her pain into purpose, became a beacon of resilience and hope for women facing stigma and silence. Through her decades-long advocacy, she has championed inclusive healthcare, reframed HIV prevention through empowerment, and cultivated leadership opportunities for women of color who are living with HIV. So it gives me great pleasure, Nishi, to bring you back to our stage to find out what else you've been up to as you go through your journey. The stage is yours, my sister.
Good afternoon, evening, everyone in your prospective places. I want to give it back to Gertrude and thank her for having me one more time for this illustrious event of HerStory Online Summit. Well, catching up with me 5 years forward, I have been doing a great work in my community, working with young girls ages 13 through 29 under my organization called Rise Impact, Rejuvenate Influence Self-Elevation through Impact. And in that moment, I am able to harness sexual health conversations with young girls and talk about their body autonomy and their femininity of being a young woman. As you heard in my introduction, I am an adult woman living and surviving and thriving and walking through triumph through a diagnosis of living with HIV. And with that being said, I have cultivated many stages to bring my story with grace, humility, and understanding for individuals to grow in their own self efficacy of sexual health. And I have been able to cultivate that through my organization, Rise Impact. And our organization has been branded to support women, children, youth, and their families with many social determinants of health. But I think one of our flagships of our mission, values, and beliefs is working with young women in regards to period poverty. And period poverty is a pandemic and an epidemic in my eyesight, because we know that 1 in 5 women and young girls are unable to attend school or work due to not being able to pay for feminine hygiene products such as sanitary napkins and hygiene body washes and things of that nature. So my organization is gearing up to step up to making sure that we change the narratives for those young women, and working with organizations and companies to build a budgetary impact through Rise Impact, through donations and bartering with our systems of networks, and marketing our material to be able to show the young girls how they can have dialogue and conversations with their parents in regards to sexual health practices and keeping themselves safe. Back in July, I had the opportunity to receive my honorary doctorate degree, philosophy, entrepreneurship, professional studies. And with that honor, I am able to work more in the community and bring my story and bring the information that I carry near and dear to my heart to women and the community and the world. Catching up with me now, we're in the fall, headed to the fall of 2025, and I have entered my master's degree course at a local university here in St. Louis, where I have been afforded to be inside of a health informatic studies, which that would help me be able to build more data around the things that I love and the social determinants of health, and be able to evaluate my programs and structure them with self-efficacy and love for the community and our partners to understand what we're doing. I think using this platform today and being honored today to come back 5 years forward to do more work with Gertrude and her team is very phenomenal, because most people are not on Facebook or Instagram and TikTok. They can tap in right now to herstoriescircle.net to see this influential panel of women who went before me and who will be coming after me to talk about our lived experiences. And we're here to help people, be able to coach them from the verbal portions that we carry in our being, to tell our stories as women around the world and locking arms to be able to support individuals in their social determinants of health. I am also honored to be able to work with communities abroad. I had an opportunity to go to the Rakai district of Uganda back in 2021, where I was able to speak as a keynote speaker in the Rakai district, one of the first villages in Uganda that was ravaged by HIV, and to be able to meet and talk with the young women in the villages and understand some of the things, challenges that they had. So I am so grateful for that opportunity, and I look forward to building more financial budgetary dollars to go back, not only to tell my story and where I have been over the last 5 to 6 years after visiting them, but to also bring tangible items and essentials such as feminine hygiene products to the young women, and to be able to explore more dialogue and conversations and build education around them. I had an opportunity also to be supported by V Pharmaceuticals under the Risk to Reasons program. And I look forward to embedding that information into that community of Uganda.
Thank you so much, Nishi. It's always a pleasure to see what you're up to, where your program has gone, and the resources that you are bringing to empower women in your community and beyond. Now, let's talk a little bit about period poverty. A lot of people who live in the Western world aren't even aware that it happens in the United States, in the UK, here in New Zealand, Australia. Why is that?
I think it's stigma. Stigma plays a big part in our feminine hygiene or feminine being, because we don't want people to know, when we're cycling and things like that. That's like a sacred moment. That 21-day interval that we walk through each and every month is sacred to us. And I remember when my father was living and us being young women in the home, he always would tell us, dress appropriately, keep your clothing, clean. And, a young man should never know when you're missing. And I take pride in that. And a lot of times young women don't have that opportunity to know about the sacredity of the bloodshed as a menses. So using the notoriety of education that I have in sexual health and healthcare, I want that to be a blended conversation for young women to feel like that they can step up to the plate and utilize, their known truth or their unknown truth, and that we can have comfortable conversations. And you can be a pretty girl. And when I say that, you can be a pretty girl that knows the education around period poverty, because a lot of times people, use it as a taboo or a stigma, or, it's a self-esteem enrichment piece for young girls. So I think that's what we need to kind of hone on and have conversations about.
Wow. Now, you've been through so much, Nishi, in your life, in your journey as you became an advocate. How did you begin to process and to start reclaiming your story and your voice?
Actually, that is a powerful question. I think, I want to say that it's the being of my late ancestor, my aunt Helena Hatch, because she was one of the first women in our community to raise her voice and to affirm her voice to talk about women needed to know their statuses. And I think I utilized her skill set in her many talks to, first off, get myself grounded. Secondly, in a previous conversation or interview we had, we talked about my case manager, Jessica Forsythe. And I believe the enrichment from her and other women who cultivated and coached me as a mentee, a young mentee, and basically elevating me and pushing me out there to understand the triumph through the pain that I was going to go through, and to allow me to become a healed woman, and allow me to make myself understand what I was really walking through, and to
Yeah.
know that I would make mistakes on this journey. And being able to use my voice. My dad always used to tell me to project your voice, to hold your head up, making sure you give people that eye contact. I think I used the energy of his skill set from him being, in the civil rights movement and helping affirm and advocate, has kept me as a leader in my shoes, as a Black woman in leadership.
Wow. It's so good that you had your father being such a strong person in your life. But talking about that, you've had other people who've helped you along your journey. I remember you mentioning a lady by the name of Jessica Forsythe, who played a powerful role in the very beginning when you were on this healing journey. What made her support so transformational for you?
I think her newness coming out of social work school, she wanted to be the best social worker that she could be, and really utilizing her knowledge that she received in an educational capacity, and
Yeah.
being shadowed, about the different things that she does on the ground at that time with individuals. As I said, I was her first client that she had coming out of social work school. So I think she really wanted to not win me over in a sense, but use
Mhm.
that skill set to cultivate meaning behind, you know, a pandemic, an epidemic that we were walking through in 1997.
Yeah.
And that was needed. It was so needed. And to see her lived experiences of where she was headed, to be working in HIV care at a higher level over the last 15, 20 years in infiltrating programs. She gave me that self-worth that I needed to grow. She planted that seed in me to grow, even though I was struggling in my own mental health at that time and not knowing who would accept me, or will I find love again? Would I have a child? Things that you think about when you're in the childhood stage of playing with your baby dolls and combing your baby doll hair, and you making up these fictitious stories in your brain, and you're speaking them out loud to yourself or to your family, and saying, I want to be this when I grow up. I want to be that when I grow up. I want to be a doctor. I want to be a lawyer. I think I'm going to be a teacher. And my
Mm.
baby doll name is X, Y, and Z. And you're just really doing that playtime with yourself. But ultimately, you're framing a journey that you can't even see. Because if we
Yeah.
had an hourglass that we could see our journey moving forward, we would not be able to accept the things that God had for us or will
Yeah.
have for us in the new future. We wouldn't be able to hold it all. We wouldn't be able to grasp it. So that's why it's called a journey. That's why
Mhm.
it's called a her story. That's why it's called Rise Impact, because we we develop and create these visions and missions and beliefs for individuals to grow. We plant
Yeah.
seeds in other people's lives and don't know how they receive it, but they receive some piece of your story to utilize it to build their self efficacy and create who they love to see in themselves.
Mm. I love it. That's just absolutely awesome. Now, throughout your journey, you have had a daughter. Tell us about your daughter's journey and her own advocacy and the impact your mission and motivation has had on her.
My daughter is so beautiful, inside and out. Um, Now, what I can tell you from a mother perspective, let's start there. Her growth span has been elevated by individuals on and off the court. That's all I can say. But
Mm.
I have instilled in her to, think about the cause and the effects from childhood to the age that she is now. She's a whopping 23-year-old living in her own body, trying to understand her own meology, trying to understand um, the next step of adulthood. And
Yeah.
I mentioned this in our last talk that the frontal cortex is not fully developed until age 26. And
Yes.
our children are going to make mistakes, Gertrude. They're going to make mistakes. And we have to be right there to catch them, not to enable them, but to catch them, to redirect them, because we say, train up a child in the way they should go, and they never should depart from their path.
Mm.
I believe in her journey from birth to now. She was ordained by God to have the self efficacy over her life, the richness over her life. Not
Yeah.
saying that our lived experience was fabulous the whole way through, it wasn't. I would be lying here today. We did have barriers, we did have challenges, we did face homelessness, we did face lack of income and struggle and redirection and crying and screaming and having shouting matches with each other. But it afforded me the ability for growth to happen, and
Yeah.
sometimes I was just too close, right? So I utilized others to be a sounding board, to narrate. I remember calling several of her aunties. Some of them are her biological aunties, and some of them are extended aunties.
Right.
And they have helped me cultivate this young woman in a mighty, mighty way. Or having those conversations in the shower with God to help her do better and stay on that even path of structure. But there were some bumps along the way. I remember, when she went out for pageantry, in 2019. And I'll
Mm.
never forget, we were standing in the kitchen and she brought this piece of paper to me. It's like, I want to do this. I was like, oh, girl, you're not doing that. It's a joke. And all I want is money. Okay. So we're not
Yeah.
doing it. I don't know who put your name in. And I think from that talk, she really tried me. She's like, I'm going to do this anyway. And I'm going to respond to these people, regardless if my mom like it or not. So
Oh,
I
God.
was voluntold to become a mom manager for pageantry in her
Right.
younger years. And I think that helped us really see our strength as
Yeah.
mom and daughter. The triumph and the pain that we went through in 2017 here in my city, trying to find her, you know, that out of body experience helped us in 2019 to kind of heal and really get to know ourselves and have some sacred downtime
Yeah.
for ourselves and growing with other individuals and have a teachable moment for ourselves. Um, Fast forward, she graduated,
Right.
several years later, which is this May 18th, 2025. She graduated from the illustrious Clark Atlanta University, where I met some prestigious provosts and executive directors and professors who gave me story after story after story about her lived experiences being on campus
Right.
and the tenacity that she carried behind the scenes when she had a pivotal moment where she thought she
Mhm.
wasn't going to advance. And having this this lady that worked in a registrar office, um, bring information to her as her mother. She had a campus mother that she can run into her office and this
So
woman would
good.
pray for her and get on the phone with me. And I would probably be quiet at the beginning, but by the time the end of the conversation would end, I would be probably the loudest person in the room because I knew that I had to advocate for my daughter. I knew I had to stand up boldly for her and letting her
Yeah.
know that her education is meaningful for her. She would be able to shake that diploma in anyone's space and they could not take it away from her.
Wow. That is just amazing. And you've raised a powerful young woman who
Yes.
is going to be taking things to a completely different level. And what you've done with your education, she's just followed right in your footsteps.
Yes,
That is
I am so
fun.
so proud of her. She is getting ready to travel to St. Louis in a few hours. We're really 24 hours to come home for her illustrious graduation celebratory celebration
Right.
with some beautiful guests. We have several surprises that will be coming into the space. I have been a curator behind the scenes, a mom manager again through this traction, and we had some delays through this creation of this event. But I
Right.
say delayed is not denied. It's right on time. And Yahweh and God knew who would be in the room, the reasons they would be in the room, and the why of them being in the room. So I hope that she would feel loved when she walked in that room that day, and the infiltration of theme, song, and poetry would put
Right.
emphasis on the role that we did together. And I hope that she would be appreciatory to the fact that her mom led the torch for her to get this far, but she ultimately did the work herself.
I love it. Nishi, thank you so much for coming online and sharing your story with us again. It's always awesome to see where you're at, what you're up to. Absolutely inspiring. I hope to see you again next year.
Alrighty, you all stay tuned to the Her Stories Online Summit as we bring you more women from all over the world teaching, preaching, and affirming their spaces. Just know you can tap into Rise Impact Inc. on Facebook, or you can go to us on Instagram as well. Gertrude will drop the information of the website on her pages. And Gertrude, I want to give you your flowers today for making all of this happening, using your global curator mentality and skill set to help us elevate in the work that we do. You can always call on me any time of the day, winter, summer, or spring. And I want to say thank you so much for having me today.
Absolutely awesome, Nishi. Thank you so much. Keep in touch, okay?
Will
Bye for now.
do. Bye for now.
Oh, wow. What a morning. One speaker after another, tremendous women from all over the world. It brings me to our next speaker. Michelle, thank you so much for coming and joining us today. I'll read your bio before I hand over the stage. Michelle has worked in the nonprofit arena for more than 20 years, serving on over a dozen boards in roles from treasurer to president. Her best-selling book, So You Want to Start a Nonprofit? Now What? She's interviewed over 60 experts, blending their insights with her own to guide new and small nonprofits. Michelle has chaired key committees, founded 2 nonprofits, published a second nonprofit book, and now helps others to launch and grow. So thank you so much for your work, Michelle. It's an absolute honor to have you with us. Please introduce yourself, tell everybody your full name, where you're based, and share your story with us today.
Well, thank you so much for having me. My name is Michelle Wetzel. I am here in Newark, Delaware, in the United States. And it is evening here, not morning. So it's really great to be here. I asked a friend for an idea of what I should talk about tonight. And she said that she reminded me that I've become, for better or worse, a great advocate for my loved ones when they're in need of help when in the hospital or when, dealing with a serious illness. And I think many people come across this, and I want to help them from what I have learned through the process over the last 15 or 20 years. I'm going to give you 3 stories about people that my loved ones who I've helped. What would you do if somebody you loved were in crisis and you're the only one standing between the life-saving care that they needed, and you were the only one who could really help them? I have been a health advocate for 3 different family members when they faced serious health crises: my mother-in-law, my father-in-law, and most recently, my husband. Healthcare is complex, fragmented, and often overwhelming. To me, this is the most important part. The patients themselves are often too sick, too medicated, or too scared to advocate for themselves. But if you are the one who is ill, do not think that you can advocate for yourself. Many times you're too sick, scared, or medicated to do it. You need someone else in your corner. So these patients, families, or other loved ones can make a difference between whether they live or die, honestly. So the first story I'm going to tell you about, my father-in-law in 2008 needed a liver transplant. And by the time he moved up on the transplant list, the hospital in Pennsylvania told him that he was too sick and too old for them to do the transplant. They told us family members to take him home for hospice care and that there was nothing else they could do. But my husband, fortunately, asked one more question that changed the course of his father's life. He asked, is there another hospital where they might do a liver transplant? And it turned out that there was. They wouldn't have told us if he hadn't asked that question. Another hospital on the other end of the state of Pennsylvania was willing to save his life with a transplant because they do more transplants in a year. So if they were to lose an older, unhealthy patient, it wouldn't affect their statistics as much as it would the hospital that was unwilling to do it. So we learned through that. He ended up surviving another 5 years after that, and he would not have if we had just taken him home for hospice care like they had suggested. So the lesson I learned there is always ask one more question. Options often exist, even when you're told that there are none. In 2013, my mother-in-law fell and broke her shoulder. She had surgery to repair it, but she didn't do well with the anesthesia. So she ended up being bedridden for months after that. In the nursing home where she was recovering, they started prescribing anti-anxiety medications for her. The doctors there only saw patients once a week, and so they weren't familiar with each individual case. And they didn't realize that as they kept prescribing more anti-anxiety medications because she was becoming more anxious, these meds were actually having the opposite effect on her. She ended up back in the hospital because these pills were making her so anxious. At one point, she said, "I just can't live like this," because it really was driving her out of her mind. And because she said that, the hospital put her on a 24-hour suicide watch. And this was a 70-something-year-old woman who was bedridden. So she couldn't do anything to take her life, but that's how crazy the whole thing became. So I convinced a young doctor at the hospital that it was actually an overdose of these particular anti-anxiety medications. And he agreed to slowly wean her off of them, because you can't just take someone off of these medications cold turkey, because it will cut holes in their brain. It will do brain damage. That's how serious these medications are. So now, 12 years later, she is 88 years old. She lives at home alone with some caregivers occasionally, but she is doing great. And I'm not sure what would have happened if that doctor hadn't seen what I was trying to explain. So lesson 2, trust your instincts. You know your loved one better than anyone else. And the doctors may have a great patient load. They may not have all the answers. And you need to advocate for what you think is the right course of action. So that leads me to the most recent story. About 14 months ago, my husband was diagnosed out of the blue with stage 4 cancer, meaning the cancer had already spread to his bones by the time they found it. He had had rib pain on one side, and he thought he had bruised or maybe a cracked rib. And after a few weeks after the diagnosis, they still hadn't determined what the origin of the cancer was so that they could treat it. He ended up in the hospital with a blood infection and was in a lot of pain. After he'd been in the hospital for 2 weeks, still undiagnosed, still not being treated for cancer, but unable to go home until they figured out how to manage his pain in a way that could be maintained at home, we found out that due to archaic rules and insurance policies, they couldn't send his biopsy off for the next gen testing they needed to do in order to determine the type of cancer he had until 2 weeks after he would be discharged from the hospital. That meant that it had now already been about a month since his diagnosis, 2 weeks in the hospital, maybe a week or 2 more in the hospital. He wasn't ready to go home. Then another 2 weeks after that, before it could even be sent to a lab that would then take another week or 2 to get back to us. I pushed for this testing. I went through every avenue that I could think of to try to get the biopsy sample sent off. Once they knew the origin of the cancer, they were able to start treating him. So he was finally released from the hospital after 34 days, a little over a year ago. He's still doing cancer treatments every 3 weeks. In fact, he had one today. And he's slowly getting back to his old self. Even though his stage 4 cancer can't ever be completely reversed or cured, he can have a good life for as long as they keep the cancer at bay. During the time he was in the hospital, I started a Caring Bridge page to be able to give updates to all of our friends and family at once. So I wouldn't have to answer the same questions over and over. There are now more than 150 people who tune into the Caring Bridge page. And I update them every couple weeks. And I was able to ask these people on the Caring Bridge page, especially last summer, for help when I needed it. I asked them if they could come to the hospital early to take notes when doctors did rounds, so I could get things done at home or elsewhere, or maybe even get a little sleep. I asked them to help move furniture to our first floor, to make a first floor bedroom for my husband when he was about to come home from the hospital. I asked them to visit at night so that I could leave a little early some days, and then he wouldn't be so lonely at night. And I called these people my angels because I really felt that that's who they were. So lesson 3, I found through that process, is find a way to get the help you know your loved one needs. If this hospital or this doctor are not doing the job that you think is necessary, get them moved to another hospital, get a second opinion. And lesson 4, don't go through it all alone. Build a village and have them help you document everything. My practical advocacy tips: 1 is to be present. Try to have someone sit in on doctor rounds, keep notes, and ask questions. When a new doctor or nurse meets the patient, be sure to go through a quick history and include all important details. They may not have the time to research this particular case fully, so just give them a quick abridged version. 2, keep records, track their medications. There were times in all 3 of those cases where I knew better than the nurses at the hospital that they were about to give the wrong medication, or that they needed to give a medication that they hadn't. So it's a lot, but pay attention. Record vitals, check test results. And 3, ask the next question. What else? Who else? Where else? 4, trust your gut. If something feels wrong, speak up. And 5, build your support network. It's never too early to build that support network. We all need people who love us, and for us to love back, especially when going through another loved one's illness. Use Caring Bridge, group texts, ask for volunteers. You don't have to be everywhere all at once, and you can't be. So in closing and for inspiration, I have noticed that my mom's generation tends to sit back and take the doctor's word as gospel on everything. They believe that this is the medical expert, so they should defer to them on all health issues. These people have gone through medical school. They do have the experience, but they may not have had experience with this specific health issue. They're human. and may need your help in finding the exact best action for your loved one. Being a health advocate isn't about having medical expertise. It's about love, persistence, and the courage to speak up. It's how we transform impossible to I'm possible. Not just for your loved ones, but for ourselves as we discover just how strong we are. If you remember one thing from today, let it be this: never be afraid to speak up for someone you love. Your voice could be the one that saves their life.
Wow, Michelle, you have been through so much. It's incredible to hear your story. And now I really understand why you have this passion to help and support nonprofits with the work that you do. So let's talk about the nonprofit world.
Okay.
What are the most common mistakes that people make when launching a nonprofit, and how can they avoid them?
One of the biggest mistakes is that the founder believes that this is their business that they are launching. And what they don't understand is that the board, they choose the board, the initial board, but the board runs the organization and they only have one vote on that board. So it's not, it can't be your baby. It is when you start it, but
Yeah.
as it becomes an organization, it's no longer just your baby. So you need to choose wisely and make people believe in your mission. And also, people believe that they can just start up a nonprofit and there are just grants waiting to be given.
That's not the case.
That's unfortunately not the case. And many grantors want to see a track record. They want to see that you've been doing the things that you say you do for a couple years before they want to invest money in your organization. So
Yeah.
those are two of the biggest mistakes that I see.
Very big learnings. Now, your first book, So You Want to Start a Nonprofit, Now What? Combines your experience with insights with 60 experts. What was the most surprising or consistent advice that emerged from those interviews?
They almost all talked about being ethical and transparent,
Mm-hmm.
which was very good to hear because, you know, you see examples all the time of people trying to scam the system and not do the right thing. So it was very heartwarming to know that these people who are running nonprofits and doing the daily work are actually doing the right things.
That was good. That's amazing. Now, how do you wish more people would understand about nonprofit governance before joining a board?
There are many policies and procedures that should be put in place by the board and be overseen by the board. When your nonprofit starts out, most likely it's going to be all volunteers. So it's a little hard to keep everyone rowing in the same direction because life interferes. You know, they have paying jobs and families and other obligations. So you need to pay attention as a board member to the finances, know where the money is going, know where it's hopefully coming from, and put in place checks and balances to be sure that the donations you receive are being used in the best way possible.
Yeah, Yeah, that's really important. So let's talk about your second book this time, Nonprofit Setup Simplified. It focuses solely on getting started. Why was it important to create a separate, streamlined resource just for the setup phase?
I originally planned on creating a course, a video course,
Mm-hmm.
and I had written and actually videotaped all of those 6 modules of courses. And then I realized that people starting a new nonprofit aren't looking for a course. They may
Right.
look for a book, but they may not look for a course. So
Mm.
I pivoted and I took all of those scripts, those video scripts, and turned it into a book. And I have set up a few nonprofits myself, and I learned that there are lots of backtracking and pitfalls that you can fall into where you think you can just go to the IRS and say, I want to set up a nonprofit, but there are 20 other steps that you need to do before that. So I thought I would help save other people time and headaches by just showing them how to get it set up quickly.
Wow, that is just amazing. It makes it more simple and easy for people to be able to follow and get started. Now, many people want to do good in the world, but aren't sure if starting a nonprofit is the right route. What questions should they ask themselves before jumping in?
That's a great question. Most people, I think, should not start a new nonprofit. And my first book, that's the reason I wrote it, because I was trying to talk people out of it.
Yes.
It's a hard route to follow. You could instead think, because you have to incorporate and file with the IRS and file the taxes every year and follow the IRS rules in order to not lose your tax exempt status. So
Yes.
you could instead just run a program that you're passionate about under the umbrella of another an existing nonprofit.
Right.
You could donate to, do a fundraiser, have a beef and beer with your friends or something, and donate the money to a cause that you feel passionate about. You could start a for-profit business and be like something like Boba's socks, where for every pair people buy, they're donating to someone in need.
Yeah.
And you could fulfill your mission that way.
Yeah, I think people think that the nonprofit route is the biggest shortcut, but it really isn't, right?
It's not.
Yeah. Wow.
Difficult. And it's even harder to shut a nonprofit down, because I had to do that for someone, and it was like, do you have whack-a-mole in Australia? The
Yes.
game whack-a-mole. Yes, because we would think it's all shut down, and then a PayPal account would pop up months later that we forgot about, and it was on and on.
Good. My last question for you is, if someone listening today is sitting in a dream of starting a nonprofit, what's your best advice for turning that dream into a well-governed and long-lasting organization? It's all about longevity, right?
Yes. So put your initial board in place with not just yes men. You want people passionate about the mission, but who are going to challenge the status quo a little bit and are going to challenge you as the founder if they think that it's for the best interest of the organization. And put those checks and balances in place, and make sure you know that you have some funding sources to start.
Right. Yeah. You need a starting point.
Oh, and this is really important. Before you even start it, do some research and see what else is out there, because you may be stepping on the toes of organizations that have been doing this in your area for years, and you just didn't maybe know about them. So maybe join forces with someone who was already doing it.
Yes. Then you're not reinventing the wheel.
Right.
You're working with support. Well, listen, thank you so much for coming online and sharing your knowledge and your wisdom with our community today. Absolutely
you.
wonderful to have you being part of our tribe.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. And thank you to everybody who tuned in today. The Her Story Circle is not just a speaking platform. We're a social impact movement that brings you the stories and voices of women from all over the world. We share these stories to uplift you, to empower you, to energize you, but most importantly, to help take you from where you are now to where you are trying to go. So tune in later for more speakers. We're going to take a small commercial break for 15 minutes while we wait for our next speaker. But Michelle, thank you so much for being here with us today. Bye for now, everybody. Hello.
Hi,
Good to see you again.
you too. Thanks for having me again.
It is awesome. Let me do my introduction and then I will give you the stage, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Wonderful. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Her Story Online Summit. We took a small commercial break there just to recharge, get some water. I hope that you have all done the same. My next speaker is coming to us again from the United States. She's a chakra healing coach, a Reiki master teacher, and author of Balancing the Rainbows Within, your daily chakra journal guide. She is passionate about guiding women to reconnect with their true selves, awakening their passion, and realigning with their purpose through the transformative power of chakra healing. So it really excites me to bring you to the stage to share your amazing story. Thank you for becoming one of our tribe. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much for having me. It's such a pleasure to work with you again, Gertrude. So my name is Katia, and I'm coming to you from Hilo, Hawaii. And my story actually begins in California. As a child, I remember being very aware that there were kind of other things in the world that were happening around me that people weren't talking about. And being kind of fearful about these energies and things that I could feel that were just not part of the things that were in our everyday life. And it made me kind of nervous and wondering, why would adults not talk about all this stuff? And it made me kind of shut down that awareness and um, kind of give in to the fear. It didn't help that after that, my home burned down when I was in kindergarten, and I lost two of my grandparents within a couple of years. And then after our house burned down, of course, we had to move a few times, figuring out what was going to be next. So my roots got cut short really quickly in my life. My roots kind of grounding me into this world, into this place. So I was cut off from the bottom and I cut myself off from energies around me. And I just lived in fear as a child. I was very shy. Then I remember very vividly being in the back seat in middle school and hearing my sister's friend talking about the fact that her mom had grown up in the town that we lived in, had gone to college in the town that we lived in, and still lived in the town that we lived in. And something about that moment triggered in me a feeling that I had to figure out how to release the fear, how to be a bolder and braver person than that town. I knew that that was not my life's destiny. So when came time for me to go to college, I started looking out of state and went far across the United States to a little school in Arkansas. It was small, so that felt safe for me. And there I started learning about yoga and getting into energy in new ways. And I could feel things happening inside of me as I was learning about yoga. And I think that was where I was first introduced to the chakras and started getting excited about energy again, and feeling the flow, feeling the different states that could come from working with the body in different ways. And from there, I got braver again and transferred midway through. And that school, it didn't have anything that I wanted to major in, but also I just felt like it was time for my next level adventure. So I went and studied business at the University of Delaware. But then when I graduated, it was 2008. There were no jobs for brand new graduates. Not even jobs for people with long-term business jobs and goals. So I ended up back on the couch in that same town that I had wanted to escape back in middle school. And I was just applying to every job that I could find, every opportunity I could think of. And so when an email came into my inbox that said, teach English in Korea, I thought, well, I applied to everything else. Why not this too? I didn't really think much of it, but a month later, I was there. And traveling abroad alone to a new country that I'd never been to and a new town that I'd never been to for a year to teach in a job that I'd never had before was a very eye-opening experience for me. I really enjoyed experiencing almost life anew. Like it was almost like a rebirth for me to discover this new culture and discover who I was within this culture. Um, and bicycling along the rice paddies. And I did things like hike up the mountains to the temples and do temple stay. And that kind of sparked a new appreciation for spirituality for me, not just in the temple, but like the reverence for kind of nature and also adventure. I needed more adventure. So when my year was up, I moved on to China for 2 years, and then I went on to live in Turkey for 2 years, and then Myanmar for 3 years, all as a teacher. But I knew kind of deep down that teaching was never my school teaching was never my ultimate calling. So I was traveling on the weekend and exploring everything that I could, just soaking up the world, just living as much as possible and learning about healing as much as possible. I did yoga teacher training and other kind of experiences that helped me learn more about different ways of healing. And from Myanmar, I met my partner and we decided to take on a whole new adventure together, something that neither one of us had experienced before. He'd been traveling for about a decade too. And so we decided to sample putting down some roots. And we moved to Hawaii, which is where I am now. And here I learned about Reiki. It had kind of crossed my path briefly as I had taught yoga in Nicaragua. When I was leaving, I saw this training in Guatemala and I almost jumped to it, but the timing wasn't right and it ended up just not working out. It was like something that I slept on, and then the next morning there was a different opportunity available. It felt very guided for me. But when I came here, I learned about Reiki and kind of reconnected with energy and reconnected with my personal gifts, which also felt like another awakening or rebirth of understanding that I can sense energy in a way that's sometimes beyond what other people can sense, and that's not a scary and a bad thing like I thought when I was a child. So I started practicing Reiki professionally, and I just had my 3-year anniversary from having my own Reiki studio, my professional practice. And I love doing Reiki. I love that comes up and pulling things out of them energetically. That's probably my favorite part, and talking about them afterwards, about what those blocks might mean. Like I recently had a woman in who was wearing a mask, this kind of like almost like feathered mask, but it looked gold. And it was easy to untie and throw out the window. But when we talked about it afterwards, she revealed that she's been sort of hiding who she truly is at work and not being her authentic self. And we talked about whether or not that's serving her and whether that's something that she wants to keep, if she wants to put that mask back on or if she wants to show who she really is, things like that. But the hard part is, as a Reiki practitioner, discovering all of these things about the energy is afterwards, the client walks out the door and then I don't see them for a while. And if the person keeps doing the same things that led to those blocks in the first place, the blocks will come up again. And I realized that it's actually really important to me to help them shift their patterns, shift their mindset, shift their energy so that they can work on manifesting different different energy in their energy centers and in their world, like to live without a mask or a ball in your neck or a chain connected to your heart, all these kinds of things that are so heavy and so kind of um, just pull people down in life. So I started creating my chakra healing program. I had already written my book from that first kind of moment that I was connected with the chakras. I knew that it was something I wanted to dive really deeply into. And I started out just writing kind of mini ebooks with 30 suggestions for healing each chakra, each of the 7 main chakras. I know that there are hundreds of others, but these 7 main ones really spoke to me. And so I wrote these mini books, and then after writing all 7, I thought, wait a minute, 30 practices times 7 chakras is a whole book. I just need to write an introduction and put a cover on it. So it's this, I'm looking at over there, that's why I'm glancing over to the side. It's a really powerful tool, I think, and a good stepping stone to start. But then, so combining that interest and Reiki, I developed this chakra healing coaching program to help women look at their energy and figure out what about it is and isn't serving them in their life, and how they can improve the vibration of their chakras and awaken their true selves and reconnect with who they actually want to be as they show up in the world. And that's kind of where I am now.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming and sharing your story with us. Sounds to me like you've been on quite a journey.
Yes, in
Absolutely
many ways.
fantastic. So you spent nearly a decade traveling across Asia.
Mhm.
How did those experiences influence your views on healing, culture, and connection?
I think, like, in my first year when I was living in Korea, I was kind of comparing everything, like, "Oh, this is how things are here, and this is how we do it at home." And it was kind of apples and oranges, and, like, constantly saying, like, "It's like this, oh, it's like that." And seeing the similarities and the differences. But then when I moved into China, then I started seeing, like, "Oh, this is kind of like how they do it in Korea, but not really like," and it just everything started to feel bigger and kind of more like universally relevant the more places I went to visit. And it kind of helped me hone my vision of what's important to me and how I understand, like, people.
Wow. Yeah, they say that when you travel, you're never the same person you were before you left, right?
Absolutely.
It just opens up your mind so much. Now, what was the biggest internal shift that you experienced after leaving the traditional classroom to stepping into your healing business full time?
I think lightness and uh like kind of a higher vibration. I know that's kind of a weird way to describe it, but like I feel more alive, more kind of light, more aligned with my purpose and myself. And I didn't realize that I was as far off as I was.
Right.
It's That's the journey too.
That's interesting. So I guess you were responsible for your time. You weren't accountable to anyone else. Everything kind of just fell into place when you had that freedom to be you.
Yeah. Yes, it's still something that I'm learning about, honestly. I've actually just moved into having that freedom in March of this year. I was still in my day job as a teacher until then.
Right. Now, you speak of energy as a language.
Mhm.
How did you learn to read the signals that your body was sending you before that pivotal panic attack, for example?
Yeah. For me, honestly, actually, it's a lot harder for me to read myself than to read other people.
Other people.
And um, I I receive when I'm scanning other people's energy, I use my hand and then I see visions of what's happening in their energy body and I see it like tangible things. But for me
Right.
personally, I receive more um, messages. Like when I was still working as a teacher and going into school every day, I got the message, like, can't keep coming here. I can't keep coming here. I can't keep coming here until I had a panic attack and had to quit.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. So you did have a bit of a warning.
Yeah. If
So
only
what
I
role
could.
so what role has forgiveness, especially self-forgiveness, played in your healing journey?
Um, Good question. Um, I think part of me does kind of wished that I would have made the leap sooner and not had to have, that kind of rock bottom moment with having this
Mm,
panic attack and going to the hospital and um, having that be the path or the impetus that could change my trajectory from teaching in school to doing my kind of more purpose work. But
yeah.
um, yeah, forgiveness is important for me to realize, like, I was doing my best and going on the path that is allegedly secure and safe, even
Mm,
though it turned out not to be secure or safe. Um, Forgiving myself for doing my best and not taking the leap to trying to be responsible, I guess.
mhm. That's interesting. Now, what are the daily rituals or practices that keep you connected to your intuition and higher self?
Um, I love journaling. I feel like there's a lot that comes through both from my mind, but also from beyond. Like when I clear that space to connect in, it also helps me hear a bigger kind of voice, a bigger guidance.
Wow.
Also, meditation is really essential for me. And honestly, connecting with other people and helping them work through this is one of the biggest tools for me as a healer and, like, growing my personal practice too.
So it actually energizes you when you're supporting other people to find
Yeah,
themselves, so to speak.
yeah, and it helps me kind of understand more about what's happening beyond, like, seeing different people's blocks and different people's stuff and then hearing about how it, like, connects into their life helps me
Yeah,
understand, "Oh, like, I am seeing this in this way for a reason," and, like, connecting all the pieces.
yeah, yeah, that's interesting. So my last question for you is, what kind of legacy do you hope your healing work will leave for the future generation of women?
Um I hope that there'll be more healed women, more
Mm,
women who embrace themselves as they are and embrace what they truly feel called to do so they don't have to find themselves in the hospital before they, like, take the
and
step to figure it out. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, that's so good. Well, listen, thank you so much for your work. Thank you for being here with us at the Her Story Summit, sharing your spiritual journey. I've been trying to attract more spiritual women to the platform. So when we found you, we were really excited that you would be a part of our collection of stories this time around. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm excited to be part of the collection too.
Take care, and hopefully we will see you again next year.
Yes, that would be great. Thank you so much again for having me.
It's an absolute pleasure. And with that, we're going to move on to our next speaker. Some of you may have heard her on the Her Story podcast. Absolutely fascinating woman. Again, we're trying to curate our content so that it has a variety of stories, creative people, spiritual people. And Dominique is the producer of the Wise Women film, Why Menopause Matters. She's a menopause advocate and a nutrition chef. Thank you so much for coming online and sharing your story and who you are being in the world. I will exit and the stage is yours.
Thank you, Gertrude. Hi, everyone. I'm Dominique DeBrew. I am in New Jersey in the United States, in a town right near the Hudson River across from New York City. And I'm a nutritional chef, food therapy counselor, and menopause advocate. My path here was not a straight line. It's been shaped by family, health challenges, culture shocks, and ultimately by a deep belief that women's wisdom is not just valuable, it is essential. I started my life in Torino, Italy, into a family where food was so much more than nourishment. It was memory, it was identity, it was love. My great-grandfather once cooked for the Savoy royal family, but at home, food was always about connection. I grew up at farmers markets, in kitchens with my mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. Women who taught me that the closer we stay to the natural world, the healthier and more joyful our lives become. When my family moved to the US, however, I suddenly saw the difference between real food and processed food. Thankfully, my mother never gave in to the processed culture. She even started a co-op with friends so that they could buy directly from the Hunts Point Market in the Bronx, where the top restaurants shopped. And they would travel all the way from Connecticut down to the Hunts Point Market. That commitment to fresh food, to doing it the harder way if it meant doing it the right way, has always stayed with me. The first time my life took a dramatic turn was at 20, when I was diagnosed with a rare form of aggressive cervical cancer. Doctors recommended radical surgery, one that would give me years of rebuilding, physical therapy, and a future that I couldn't really imagine. But I was introduced to a holistic doctor who changed my life. Together, we combined Western medicine with nutrition, supplements, meditation, and psychology. Against all odds, I healed without radical surgery. That experience opened my eyes to the power of food and nature as medicine. And it set me on a lifelong path, even though I didn't really understand it then. But instead of following that passion right away, I took the responsible route. I built a 25-year career in the fashion business, getting to the point of leading US divisions of European luxury houses. Fashion gave me creativity and independence, but it also exposed me to the undercurrents of ageism and sexism that so many women encounter in business. Along the way, two wonderful things happened. I married the love of my life, my partner in life and work, Christopher Henze, and together we raised our daughter, Gaia, the joy of my life. By 2012, another bit of a blow, my health once again collapsed. I was exhausted all the time. I was in pain. I was dealing with frightening cognitive decline. And my gynecologist dismissed it as perimenopause. I was 47, so okay, that would track. But he also offered little beyond painkillers and reduce your stress. And I knew something deeper was wrong. At one point, I even forgot the name of one of my brothers. That is way beyond perimenopause. After searching and researching, I finally found a doctor who was a general practitioner and did things in a holistic way. And she found that I had neurological Lyme disease. So I went back into the discipline. Healing required the same integrative approach that had saved me from cancer. Western medicine, herbs, nutrition, and lifestyle changes. Within 4 years, Lyme's was gone from my body. But in the process, I also left corporate life behind to help reduce stress, and also because I had lost the joy in it. I began consulting, and I also joined Chris in film production. He is a documentary filmmaker. Together, I helped him produce the movie 40 Weeks, a documentary celebrating the pregnancy journey through the voices of 13 families. I also dove into food entrepreneurship, first with Anna Maria's, a brand that honors my mother and our traditional Italian recipes, and later with Altro Food, which is a set of plant-based proteins in shelf-stable mixes that make comfort foods healthier and more sustainable. Food has always been my through line. Always. It's my passion. It's my safe space. It's the place where healing, creativity, and love intersect in my life. But then came menopause. And menopause is not something you can outwork or outmaneuver. I managed the hot flashes, the aches, the brain fog with nutrition and discipline. I had learned a lot in that area. But what I couldn't manage was the way society looked at me, as if I was fading, finished, irrelevant, time to step aside. Doctors even describe menopause as a mistake of nature. That was so wrong, and it cut deep. I had felt ageism in fashion. Now I was feeling it in the culture at large. Chris obviously saw me struggling. And sometimes when he didn't see me struggling, I raged so that he could notice I was struggling. And because he's a filmmaker, and because he refuses to accept easy answers or something that doesn't make sense and doesn't seem just to him, he started asking questions. He interviewed doctors. He got the same dismissive lines. So we went deeper together. We sat at our kitchen table, connecting dots across anthropology, neuroscience, genetics, and lived experience. And what we discovered changed everything. Menopause is not nature's mistake. It's nature's superpower. Humans are the only land mammal to live long, vibrant lives after fertility ends. That's not random. That's evolution. Our post-fertile female ancestors weren't sidelined. They were central. They organized communities, safeguarded fire, nurtured survival, passed down knowledge. They were the reason human brains grew large and human culture became complex. Menopause didn't weaken us. Menopause made us the humans that we are. That discovery became our film, Wise Women, narrated by Margaret Cho and produced by Oscar-winning Jonathan Sanger. The film is about women's leadership told through that pivotal role of postmenopausal women in our evolution. These leaders, wise in the art of social organization, fueled our brain growth and built the cooperative systems that made us humans. It brings together scientists, storytellers, comedians, and everyday women to tell a story the world forgot. That older women's wisdom, leadership, and resilience shaped humanity itself. For me, making this film was transformative. It stripped away the patriarchal conditioning that had told me to stay quiet, stay small, be agreeable. Menopause gave me wings. And it taught me that women who are good for the world are the ones who get loud, who don't stay quiet. They are the ones who lead with care, compassion, wisdom, thinking of the community, and with ferocity. And that message could not be more urgent right now. I mean, you can see it. We live in a society still shaped by patriarchy, which still wants to take women's rights away at any age and make them irrelevant as they get older. But imagine if we flipped that script. Imagine if instead of fading, women ascended. Instead of invisibility, we claimed visibility loudly. Instead of decline, we embraced leadership. That's why we're not just making a film. We're building a movement. The Wise Women Project is about reminding the world that women's wisdom leads the way. But in order for that message to cut through algorithms, outdated narratives, and cultural resistance, we need all of us. We need all of us to come together and support it. I ask you, women who know your worth and the men who support them, join us. Support the film, share it, host a screening, add your voice to the chorus at wisewomenmovie.com. Because the louder we launch this movie, the faster we reclaim what patriarchy made us forget. That when wise women lead, the world gets better for everyone. I began life learning that food could heal. I fought cancer and Lyme and found resilience. I built a career, raised a daughter, and weathered change. And menopause gave me the final gift, the ferocity to speak my truth and to fight for every woman's right to lead. We don't retreat, we advance, all of us, together. Thank you. Thank you for joining me for me telling my story.
Oh, absolutely wonderful. You know, for a woman who has gone on the other side of menopause, what you share is absolute music to my ears, because we do need to be out there talking about this, advocating, making it mainstream.
Yeah.
And not being ashamed of the stage in our lives. This is the best part of our lives.
Exactly. And I'm with you. I turned 63 weeks ago. So
do you mind if I share the trailer before I start
Right
asking
ahead.
questions?
I'd love to.
Okay, so I had it all queued up. Let's watch this and then we'll go into our Q&A session.
Great.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, they can't stop her now with their words of doubt. She's brave. She's powerful.
Menopause is like the richest, most enjoyable period of my life. Like, I feel so gratified and I feel so elated to get here. And there was always this fear, like, oh, you're going to grow up to be a childless cat lady.
How are these just the last years of my life? What am I supposed to use this to pick the right retirement home and, you know, put together a good funeral? No, it doesn't make sense.
If we talk about Darwinian evolution or things like that, that there must be a reason for this to have happened.
The little element of crazy into this.
It is much bigger than the grandmother hypothesis.
This idea that no one lived past the age of 40 is patently false. It's not true.
All the crap has just vanished. You're talking about the victory of the Crohn's.
Oh, she can't be anything that she wants to be. She's alive. She's powerful, inspirational, give her a life. She's powerful, inspirational, give her a life.
Let's look at a matriarchal answer to this and say that it's a time for women to lead in the world as opposed to procreate.
Once you start to look at, identify, and describe the architecture of patriarchy, you see that there is an absolute way around it to take it down.
Absolutely wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Wow, what a journey you've been on, standing out there advocating for all of us on a subject that not many people want to talk about. Now, you have transitioned from fashion to becoming a nutrition chef and a menopause advocate. What is it that makes you reinvent yourself over and over again in your lifetime?
I think it's going deeper and finding out what my passion is and where my love of myself and all of us is. And when you're younger, you go a little bit more on the pressure of you have to have a certain job and do certain things, and then you start realizing that no, it's about listening to your heart and to the hearts of the people around you and supporting that.
Yeah, I love it. And like you say, it's the people around you and the voices that are calling to be heard. And you're speaking on behalf of so many who don't have a voice. Now, you've described menopause as being not a mistake of nature, but an adaptation.
Yes.
Could you explain this powerful reframe in more detail?
Yes, absolutely. The medical field believes that it's a mistake of nature, meaning that as medicine became more modern and we started living in better ways with better cleanliness, etc., our lifespan got longer. But no, it is known in anthropology that there were postmenopausal women millennia ago, back in pre Homo sapien times.
Right.
And so what that means is that nature has chosen to support postmenopausal females, and they helped us become the humans that we are.
Yeah. Yeah. So we are really part of the survival of the human race.
Yes.
The way that we have evolved and transformed is not an accident.
Not at all.
No.
And the fact that right now we don't even have an equal voice in how the world is run, and countries, societies, and groups are run is not natural. And we have a greater capability of organizing society. So it's not that there's better or worse. We should be working together, and all voices should be coming together to bring us forward. And we kind of see we're kind of in a mess in our climate, in the way that the earth is going, in economics, and things have to change.
Now, can you share the story of how postmenopausal women shaped early human society and why that history matters today?
Certainly. So when the females didn't have the stress of reproduction, the stress of cycling, because that hormonal cycle is stressful to the system, also to the mind.
Yes.
Estrogen can make you more malleable. It can make you more not wanting to rock the boat, etc. Once you get post-reproductive, you don't have to worry about the reproduction part, and you're not cycling up and down. You can concentrate on helping the society organize itself.
Right.
And that was especially important when our ancestors found fire and realized they could do something with it, and they could cook their food. And then all of a sudden it became a lifestyle where they stopped and created camps rather than roamed. And when you've got a camp and you've got a fire in the middle, there's a lot of social complexity that happens in organization. And
Yes.
the postmenopausal females were the ones that had the strength to do that. So the groups that had more postmenopausal females did better. And that is how evolution took it.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Now, why do you believe the world needs wise women leadership right now more than ever?
I think it's always needed it. I think it's needed it for the past 10,000 years when, as you can see in our film, that's where we posit that patriarchy started. There is no true leadership when there isn't equality in the voices and people aren't being used for their best possibility, right?
Mhm.
So if
Yeah.
you're taking 50% of the population, actually 51% of the population, and saying, no, stay down, shush up, don't talk, that's not going to be very powerful and very useful.
Yeah.
So that's why it's always been needed. Now, we've got a lot of problems. We've got overpopulation. We've got issues of war. Well, we've had issues of war for a long time, but things are getting a bit worse. We've got food issues. We've got hunger in the United States. We're supposed to be such a great nation, and we've got kids who sometimes only have one meal a day for years at a time or are homeless. It's not right.
Yeah.
And wise women leadership, wise women tend to think first about the community and build up from what does the community need, rather than thinking from top down and hoping that things trickle down.
That is so true. It's almost as if we need an injection of feminine energy to go out into the world to balance out these imbalances.
Yes. And one of the things that I saw in the process of making this film is how much I had quieted my own voice.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a quick story. One of the interviews that you actually saw in the trailer is a wonderful woman who wrote The Bonobo Sisterhood, a great book. And she's the one who talks about how patriarchy, how it's easy to see how you can get around it.
Yes.
And her book is about the fact that the bonobos don't have sexual coercion or violence against their females. And when I was reading the book, we had been putting together the movie, and there's a section in the movie that kind of shows how are we doing. And Chris had put in a bunch of things about what's going on, and he had showed it to me, and I had mentioned a few things to add, but I had not mentioned the violence against women.
Right.
And I read Diane's book, and halfway through, I'm sobbing. I realized that danger of violence was just so on top of me all the time that I had internalized it so much that I didn't even think to mention it. I didn't even think to mention that 1 out of 3 women are sexually or physically harmed in their lifetime.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just not acceptable. And when you think about the next generation, our daughters who are coming up behind us, you really want those kind of stats to change.
Yeah. Yeah. And so if I, working through this movie, still had that, and this was only like maybe a year and a half ago that this happened, still had that veil on me, it means that we all need to be shaken up. We don't mean to have quieted so much, but sometimes when you swallow something deep enough, it takes a bit to get to it.
That's true. That's true. So if we are talking about female leadership, what does that look like to you? And how does it differ from the traditional leadership models?
What I have had the experience of anytime I've had female bosses in business, and I've had some great ones, female and male.
Right.
But every time when it was the female bosses and there was a question or an issue had come up, they would tend to right away bring voices together and do sort of a council. Even though they were the last ones to make the decision, they wanted to hear all of the sides. And even great male bosses, they were great in a lot of ways, but they didn't do that, not in the same way. So I see that. And if you take a look at the time when Iceland had a female leader, so many things changed and laws came into place where it's equal pay. There's time for a woman to have post-pregnancy. All these things that are for the community, that better the community and bring our children up.
That is so true. That is so, so true.
And we're seeing this in Mexico now, saw it in New Zealand during the pandemic. So there's so many examples.
So what role does food and nutrition play in empowering women through perimenopause and menopause?
Oh my gosh, it's vital. Let's remember that what you eat is who you are.
Yeah.
Right? Everything that you take in, that you put on your system, that you breathe in, becomes part of us. It's actually, those molecules become part of you. So how you eat is incredibly important to your health. And in perimenopause and menopause, what really changes is things that you could, I'm just going to go and, have a weekend of fun, this, that, and the other thing. You don't have the hormones there to mask the effects anymore. So it's really a time where it opens your eyes. It opens your eyes to what's going on, and it opens your mouth to say it. And in that way, it does the same for yourself. You realize, I just can't eat this way anymore, not protect my sleep anymore. I need to move, and I need to move correctly. So all those things are important. And it's important that you have a positive outlook and a goal in mind. So if you're seeing this as the leadership phase of your life, you're going to be motivated to do whatever it takes. You're seeing yourself just going to decline. You're like, I'll have another piece or half a cake,
Oh, you have to realize that our food is medicine.
Completely.
It depends on how you deal with it and how consciously you're consuming food. Aware of everything you put in your mouth.
So much of my healing journey has been herbs, and that's directly from nature. And thank God for Western medicine, because that has also helped me a great deal. But that's not the only thing. It all started from the forest, our garden, out there.
I love it. Oh, man. And when you were describing your formative years in Italy and how food represented love, it reminds me so much of our life in Africa. We have a proverb that says, "Ukama igasha nosungwane chikafu." And literally translated, it means family and relationships are like fabric that is woven together with the breaking of bread. So it's when you sit at the table and eat that wholesome home-cooked meal, that's life.
The
real celebration of life.
I just lately made a change in my life, maybe 6 months ago. I always wake up, I've always, my whole life, I would wake up and be a bit nauseous. So I never was really hungry in the morning. I started realizing that my stress level would rise because I wouldn't eat early enough in the morning. And so I started planning breakfasts that I really love and that feed me good nutrition, but that I also really love. And I wake up and I take some time with my breakfast the same way that I do with my dinner. Sometimes, if I'm lucky enough, Chris is around and we just sit together and have breakfast. And it makes such a difference. You're starting your day, feeding yourself, sometimes feeding your soul by being with someone. And
Yes.
that's how every meal should be if you can.
That is so true. Every single meal should be like that.
Yeah.
So let's talk about looking ahead. What legacy do you want your work, your activism, your film, your story to leave for the future generation of women?
I want to shake up the current generation of women, and I'm talking, from 35 up, because I think the ones that are younger than 35 right now have already shaken themselves up.
Yes.
For them to realize how important they are and how important every part of them are, not just their reproductive capabilities and their capabilities to be mothers and wives, although that is huge, but there's so much more, and they can choose to go in any direction. So it's something that's not new. We've been fighting for this for a few hundred years, the suffragettes, the women's movement, etc. But I want to now, with actual scientific evidence,
Yes.
that postmenopausal women made us the humans that we are.
Yeah.
That is not, it's no longer a question, are we equal? No, we're not. We're so much more special in certain ways.
Yeah.
And so that's the legacy I would like to leave.
Oh, I love it. That is just beautiful. Well, thank you so much for coming online. Like I said, hearing you speak is music to my ears. We need to start making this a conversation at every table and not shy away from it, standing in our strength and realize that this is really our time.
Yes.
This is our time to shine. Thank you so much, Dominique.
And Gertrude, thank you so much for creating the space for these stories that can get to people's hearts and minds and shift things. Thank you.
It's an absolute pleasure. And before you go, I'm just going to put in a plug for our social impact recipient for 2025. I try and pick someone in our community that we can support every year. It could be another woman who's going through a struggle, who's needing some kind of support. And our recipient this year is this amazing woman, Bernice Williams, who has gone through several rounds of cancer. Her husband's had cancer, and they've reached a point where the government can't fund her treatment anymore. Fortunately, last week, she found a donor from South Africa who can donate the bone marrow that she needs. She'll be hopefully going into hospital in September, the 10th of September, and we're trying to raise $20,000 for Bernice. So I am appealing to everybody out there, anybody who's listening. Dominique, if you can do anything, every single cent helps. Please go on to GoFundMe 8768 D768. I remember when I had heart failure, I had friends all over the world who rallied around me, who did a crowdfunder that supported me for 6 months while I was in recovery. So please reach out, everybody. If you don't see these details and you want the link, I will send it to you. Dominique, thank you so much. Share this in your community as well.
I will.
Bye for now, everybody. I'll be back again tomorrow with yet another amazing guest. Oh, in fact, I'm going to be back later. I have 2 or 3 more guests later today. I think they're either running late, so I will take a bit of a break. I've been up since 5 o'clock this morning. And I'm just about ready for my granny nap. It's been incredible, absolutely incredible, because this is day 7, Dominique, 7 days straight, in the morning, in the evening, with our UK speakers, the speakers in Europe. I just love my job. I love what I do as the curator of this amazing platform. But thank you for being here. All right, everybody, I'll take a little bit of a break and maybe have a power nap, but I'll be back with you soon when our guests come back. Thanks, Dominique.
Thank you, Gertrude. Bye-bye.
Bye. Hey, Melissa. Wonderful to see you again. How are you?
It's good to see you. I'm well. How are you?
I am good. Thank you so much. We had somebody who dropped off because they were ill.
Oh, no.
We're kind of ahead of time, so it was great that you responded.
I'm glad I saw your email.
These things happen at the best of times. So let me do my introduction and I will bring you on in a second, okay?
Great. So are we live currently or are we?
Yes, we are.
Great.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to continue with the last group of speakers that we have for today. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce a young woman who is not new to us, who has been with us before, an incredible human being who is going to be sharing her story. I'll read her bio and then she will come online and tell us what she has done since the last time she graced our stage, which is almost a year ago now. It's just amazing how fast time goes. So, Melissa, you are the head of Nova Global, and you have created an amazing community, helping women, supporting them, and really showing them that you don't have to be alone to make a difference. So I'm going to step aside and allow you to share your story. You have 15 minutes, and then we will unpack what you've been up to with a Q&A session afterwards. My technology is failing me right now, but hopefully you're still there. I'm having a few technical issues. Yes, you are. So let's see. Fantastic. Still here. Awesome. The stage is yours.
Okay, you can hear me. Hello, everybody. It's so good to be back with you. I am Melissa. You may hear me called Mo, and I am a visionary. And being a visionary is living between two worlds. The future that you can already feel in your bones and the reality of where you stand today. And I call this the gap. And living in this gap, I have described this often, can feel like torture. For example, I see the future so clearly for the Nova, which is the company that I founded 2 years ago, not even 2 years ago. We were just getting started 2 years ago. So I see trained leaders in our Nova way of feminine, inclusive leadership. I see clean systems run by a full team of full-time people, hundreds of constellations, which is what we call chapters, spanning the globe, 100,000 women supported in every part of their lives, and millions of revenue fueling this movement. And I can feel this alive in my bones. And then I wake up in today's reality, and it's not a bad reality, but it's not that. We have a scrappy team of fractional consultants, me fixing tech bugs with my technical VA in the Philippines, Gladys, at 6 a.m., 10 constellations, which is great, but it's not hundreds all over the globe. We have over 100 members, amazing, but nowhere near what I know is possible. And so I feel this gap every single day as the visionary and founder of this company. And it's lonely. I carry this invisible weight that no one else can feel. Well, I am trying to make payroll and I'm writing SOPs, which I don't like doing, and juggling my real life as a mom of an 8-year-old child, as a wife, as a woman who's trying to take care of her health. And every visionary, I think, knows this place, but no one tells you how hard it is. And here's why, because the gap isn't really about operations, it's about recognition. When the people around you cannot see what you see and cannot feel the weight of what you feel misunderstood. You feel alone. And you start editing yourself. And you start to share only the digestible parts and hiding the rest. And for me, what editing myself has looked like in my past, and sometimes I still edit some things. I really have worked hard not to do this, but what it has looked like is drafting posts about my spirituality and feminine leadership, and then deleting them because I can hear my family of origins, voices, or judgment in the back of my head. It's looked like taking offers that we have for our programs and maybe discounting them or way over delivering to prove that they're good enough. It has looked like tolerating underperformance because I was afraid that giving honest feedback to my team would have them leave. And what would that mean about me as a leader? And so this is what happens when your body doesn't feel safe to be fully you and be fully seen. You flip into protection mode. You over-prepare, you people please, second guess yourself, and the risks that my vision needs, I can't take them when I am in this protection mode. But this habit of hiding, it didn't start at work. It started when I was in my childhood. To take you back, I grew up in this very black and white, rule-driven Christian household with the expectations of me being a good Christian girl. And so I learned to read the room. I learned to perform, to earn love, which maybe isn't what was actually happening, but that's what my little girl decided she needed to do. And so I did this to keep things smooth, to keep the peace, to keep status quo, which worked great until it didn't. And in high school, I started to test the waters a little bit. I began to get curious about who I really was outside of who I had always been told I was supposed to be. I got curious socially and spiritually, but along with that curiosity, I started to hide these parts of myself, and I hid them from my family. And simultaneously, I decided that the parts I was hiding were bad and wrong, and therefore I was actually bad and wrong. That is the story that I started to take on about myself. And that is where I learned to trade being seen for being safe. And I carried that straight on through college and into my corporate career. So by the time I was 29, I was crushing it. I was number 2. I was in medical device sales. I was making $250,000 a year. I had all these accolades. And so on the outside, you would look at me and think, this woman has got it going on. But on the inside, I had major imposter syndrome. I remember I decided that I was somehow wrong and bad and parts of me were not good. And I was afraid someone's going to find out. They were going to find out that I didn't deserve any of the things that I was getting. I didn't deserve any of these accolades. And so this imposter syndrome ruled my life. before we would do all these mock sales scenarios. And so I'd memorize every single line. I would be up obsessively rehearsing. So before we would do these presentations, I would take a Xanax, panic extensively in private. And it's not funny, but now I have to laugh just knowing what I went through at the time. And then I would perform perfectly in public. I called it excellence, but I was really bracing and I was suffering from anxiety. And around that time, a dear friend of mine invited me to the Landmark Forum. And I said what I usually say, what I say now all the time when I'm on the edge of growth, which is, I don't know if I'm allowed to cuss on here, but fuck it, let's go. And I went to the Landmark Forum, and for 3 days, I hid in the back of the room praying no one would call on me to go speak. But on the last night, there were 300 people there. So it was double the amount because we all brought our friends. And I got voluntold to come to the front of the stage on the last night. I was shaking. I'm like, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. As I'm walking up to the stage, my body felt like I was going to die being up in front of this room. I answered several questions, blacked out, no idea what I said, but I was funny. And part of my authentic self slipped out. And most importantly, I didn't actually die. And then a few months later, fast forward to another program in the Landmark Forum, a different facilitator stopped me mid-share. I was standing up in front of a smaller room of about 30 people, and she had the whole room witness me. I don't remember her exact words, but I remember the message. She said something to the effect of, "You have such a powerful presence, Melissa." And she asked the room if they could feel me, if they could feel how powerful I am. And all I was doing was being me. I was answering a question and I was just being me. And it was the first time in my life I remember feeling safe to be seen in front of other people, especially for something that I had never known or felt to be true about myself. And in that moment, she helped me see myself. And it's like something clicked for me. And I decided I want to build rooms like this that do this for other women, rooms where you don't have to hide, where you're never alone, where we can help see each other so we can see ourselves. And so that same year, I started following that spark. I set a date. I asked 4 other women to co-lead with me, and I built a workshop called Create Your Ripple. We booked a room, and we invited our networks, and we delivered an amazing 4-hour experience. And my whole body, like my soul, knew this is it. We're going to change the world by helping women step into their voice and be seen. And that was 9 years before I started the Nova. But that first workshop lit something in me. It showed me what was possible when women are witnessed in their wholeness. For years, I kept following those sparks. I was building circles, testing ideas, gathering women in living rooms, doing all kinds of collaborative events. And I was always searching for this way to bring this like soul deep connection in an approachable way. And over time, what I call these fireflies, we started to find each other. And a constellation of soul-led ambitious women began to take shape. Because women like us, we don't want just inspiration. We want spaces where we can find our belongings, where we can lead in our authenticity and grow differently without our masks, without hierarchy, and without burning ourselves out. And this is how the Nova was born, not as a business plan, but more as a living movement. And so it's more than a community. It's a movement reclaiming what leadership, success, and belonging looks like when we center our humanity over hierarchy. We're building a global constellation of women where authenticity is celebrated and ambition doesn't cost us our wholeness or our well-being. Because I tell you what, I am so exhausted of trying to live like that. And the rooms that we're creating feel so radically different from the ones that many of us were raised in. These are spaces where women and non-binary leaders don't have to perform to belong. And often people will say, like, I don't remember her name, but I know her soul, or this felt like a hug and not a networking experience to me. So we really honor feminine power as strength, and success is more about resonance and impact. It's not about your performance, and it's definitely not about how much you can push to exhaustion. Because here's the truth, we can't think our way into a new paradigm. We have to practice it, because this is all about a collective rewiring. Every single time we gather like this, our nervous systems learn it is safe to be seen. And over time, practicing this, feeling safe to speak, feeling safe to lead different, over time, this practice becomes who we are. And then together, when we do this collectively, we rewrite these rules of leadership, and we move from living in more isolated ways to connection, and from perfectionism to presence. And we go from power over to power with one another. And this is how we rise differently. And I honestly believe that if I help one woman remember her magic, then I have done my job here. And this legacy that I am building with an army of other women is truly a new model of power for women. And feminine power to me really looks like deeply trusting yourself, creating together, and listening deeply to one another with curiosity. And I never want personally to feel like I'm doing anything alone. And I never want you to feel like you're doing anything alone. And so I want any success we create or any leadership that we step into to feel good in our bodies and to honor our whole lives. And I want us to give other people permission to live like this as well. So my invitation is that you stop chasing someone else's version of power, that you really start practicing living in your authenticity in spaces where you can show up fully and invite others to come along with you, because we were always looking for rooms like this to really be who we fully are. And because once you step into those rooms, like, your entire life changes.
Oh, Melissa, your presentation is music to my ears. You know that building the HerStory platform has been an absolute labor of love, realizing the need for us to collaborate, to connect, to share, to support each other as women to really make a difference.
Yes.
Now, in defining safe communities, you've spoken about how safe communities with supportiveness, empathy, shared values, vulnerability, and authenticity transform personal identity and self-trust. How do you define a safe community, and why are they 5 ingredients so vital? Why are those 5 ingredients so vital?
Well, one of the things that we're implementing, we actually just hired an expert who has decades of diversity, equity, inclusivity, and belonging experience to help us even elevate what safety really means inside of our community, to have continuity across how every single person in our community holds space.
Yes.
But because it really needs to be trauma informed. It can't just be something we say. It has to be something we model, and something that is modeled very similarly across every single room that we hold. And
Yes.
that is something that I need to bring in experts to really help us do. We've been doing a great job because all of our facilitators have had previous training and experience in space holding and coaching. But now we're taking that and we're creating our Nova way of creating safety. And when I speak to safety, I actually mean that as at a nervous system level, which I spoke to in my story. It's how we feel in our bodies, right? It's how we feel like we're not protecting, we're not bracing, we're not in a trauma response, or we're not trying to fight, flight, free, or flee or fawn, where we actually in our nervous systems feel safe to use our voices, to speak up, to share our stories, to be vulnerable. It happens at a body level.
Yes.
And those are some of the components that are necessary for us to be able to feel that. And so that those components have to be present in order for us to be able to feel safe.
That is so true. That is so true. Now, your personal transformation through safety, how has participating in safe communities helped you shed anxiety and build that self-trust over the past decade?
It's been everything. I have been the most raw, exposed version of me in front of starting off with strangers most of the time, because that felt the most approachable for me. I think that when we try to do this in front of the people closest to us, it's actually the most dangerous, because when you try to become a new person in front of your family of origin or your spouse, the people who have known you the longest, they wonder what's going on with you. So people who haven't known you that are participating in these spaces that are held in a specific way, you know, they really they don't kick you out of the circle for being weird or saying the thing that feels scary to you or shameful to you. They love you even more, and they reflect back your brilliance and your magic to you, and they teach your body that it's okay to show those parts. And so I did that in so many different modalities and so many different rooms over the last decade, and each one just made me feel like an exhale. Like more and more I could unmask, and more I could love those parts of me that I'd learned to just tuck away and hide. And now I really feel like I don't have to hide myself anywhere I go. Yeah.
It's beautiful. That is
Yeah.
just beautiful when you kind of feel you're coming into your own.
Yeah.
Now, what is the difference between a safe community and a safe place? And if there is a difference, how do you cultivate each within the Nova?
Between a safe community and a safe place?
Yes.
I guess I would look at them similarly to me. Similarly, you know, I think of community as people.
Yeah.
And there are agreements, generally speaking, when we're talking about community. So ways of being with one another. And, you know, you could think of religious establishments are generally, people are very familiar with those, and they have agreements of how you treat one another. There might be the 10 commandments that you're familiar with in the Christian faith, if the listeners are familiar with that. So there's just these agreements of how we be together. And that is often what holds a community together, is like the people and the way in which we treat one another. So that's how I would define a community. A place might be a space that you go to. Right. So that could be a church, that could be a networking, like a co-working space, that could be, you know, it's like the place that holds the community, right? And that could be, again, what are the agreements that are held at that particular place? So I think of it, it's just like, what are the rules of engagement that either a place or a community hold that allow you to feel safe. And so, and safety might look different for you versus me, but I think there's general rules of the game that allow us to let our guard down. And so at the Nova, again, we're continuing to deepen and elevate those all the time, the more we learn. And that's why we're bringing in more experts to help us really build that across the board. But we have agreements and we model that. So that's, you know, as a leader, you know, I might be co-leading a space with our chapter leader here in Denver. And one of the things we've done a few times is she's had a really hard day.
Right.
And she has come into the space and she has not been able to hold it because she needs to be held. And so what we model is non-hierarchical leadership. And we might just say out loud, Emily's had a really hard day today. We don't need to share what's going on in her life, but what we're going to do is I'm going to lead the beginning part of it for her. And then when she feels ready to step in, we're going to do some nervous system regulation together. And then when Emily feels ready that she can come in and hold this space for you all, then she's going to do that. But until then, I'm going to take and let her be held so that she can show up, even though she's the leader. She's just as qualified to be here and to lead this group. But in this moment, she actually needs to be held and be a participant. And I'm going to take over and let her be this way. So that's just like one example of how we allow you to be exactly who you are. And so I'm not like, power through, Emily, you better toughen up and like show up. I'm like, you can cry right next to me. I will hold you. I will take care of the space for you. And then if you're ready, then you can step back in. So we just model it at all times of what it looks like.
Wow, that's just incredible. Now, you've mentioned navigating personal, professional, and spiritual growth within safe communities. How do these domains intersect? And how does safety enable thriving across all three?
Well, we're taught to segment ourselves. So, and that's just not possible. Especially when I was in my corporate career, it's like you can bring this part of you here, but don't bring this part, and definitely don't bring this part, and don't talk about this, and you're not a mom here, and you're definitely not a spiritual being here, but you can only be, there's just all these rules about what part of you is allowed. And so you begin to think like, well, I'm the segmented being and only certain parts of me are allowed in certain places. Now you have to have discernment, right? You can't just bring all of your dirty laundry to the table at every single place you come. But our belief is that all of you belongs, and that, and especially in our community, when we say spirituality, we mean that regardless of your spiritual religious beliefs, you're allowed to talk about them with us. You don't have to, it's a professional community, so, but you don't have to like set them on a table outside of the door and pretend that they don't exist. We get to have open dialogue about it. If it comes up, it's not like it comes up at every single gathering, but if it comes up, then you're allowed to talk about it. You're allowed to acknowledge that you might have a God that you pray to. We might get curious about it and ask you questions, even though we have different kinds of beliefs. So it's really about the wholeness of a person and not trying to segment you. So the way that safety would come into that is that you feel like all the parts of you are welcome. And that all the parts of you are safe to be seen. You're not trying to shapeshift or mold or hide or wonder, am I allowed to be this part of me? Do I have to pretend? Do I have to perform? Yeah. So you don't have to perform or pretend. You just get to be. So that's why people feel like it's like an exhale or like a hug when they come into our community, because they're like, oh, thank goodness. Like I just get to be. I don't have to perfectly perform here. And we're like, no, you don't.
Okay, so now let's go on to the authentic strategic networking and redefining networking. You've referred to traditional networking as sometimes being inauthentic or even like you had to trade authenticity for approval. How are you redefining networking at the Nova?
We are making it about connection. So I still use the word networking, but we often interchange it with the word connection. So,
Right.
for example, we have a call that is a networking call, but it's called the Nova Connection Call.
Okay.
And often networking is transactional. It's about what you can get, and
Yeah.
it feels disgusting. You feel exhausted. You're like, hi, I'm Melissa. What do you do? It's surface level. It's about what you do. And people are just trying to get something and get out of there. And you come home, let's say you go to a networking event that's done in that matter. And you like need a nap because you're so drained from the experience. And the way we do networking is we center around the relationship, and it's very connection focused. And
Right.
so we want you to do business with each other, absolutely, but it's very relational. And so we want you to get to know who you are. So we will never start a conversation with, what do you do? Ever.
Yes.
I hate it. I won't even let somebody ask me that. I'll like redirect the conversation if someone does that to me. So it's really about bringing in who you are to the conversation. It's about we have very we have themes each month that guide our conversations. And so when we do our networking experiences, we will bring in really meaningful conversations, and that's how they get to know each other first. And so they get to know each other's souls before they get to know each other's names sometimes. And then they're like, well, yeah, of course I want to do business with Melissa. Like, I know what she stands for. I know her values. I can't remember her name, but I remember those things about her. So it's a totally different approach to networking, because it's really about like deep, connected, relational experiences.
Oh, I love it. And networking can be very, very painful when it's not authentic.
Yes.
Now, you also said that networking that feels like a hug.
Yeah.
What does that mean when you say networking at Nova it should feel like a hug? And how do you design experiences that blend warmth with intentional connection?
Well, to me, a hug feels like, when this is how I like to hug somebody. And if you don't like being hugged, you should never come near me, because I like to hug you so long that sometimes it's like a little too long that you're like, okay, Melissa, let go of me. But where you just feel like nourished, where you just feel like somebody cares and it's nourishing. That's what it feels like. Like someone has taken the time to take care of you.
Yeah.
And we get a lot of people in our community that hold a lot of leaders, a lot of space holders that are often giving.
Yes.
And so they're like, wow, does it feel so nice to receive, to be taken care of, to be held. And so that's what it means that it feels like a hug, because you're seen, you're nourished, you leave feeling filled up, like you have more energy than when you came into the room. And so that's how we make you feel like a hug. And sometimes I might actually hug you too long with your permission to touch your body.
I absolutely love it. Now, let's talk about sustainable leadership and the nervous system alignment. You integrate nervous system regulations, somatic tools, intuitive strategy in leadership growth. How do these embodied practices support sustainable, resilient leadership?
Well, if you don't have those practices, you will likely burn out, because you're likely not listening to your body.
Yeah.
You probably don't even know how to. You've maybe never done it before, and all you've been taught to do is override. So that's where burnout comes from, because you're constantly just trying to push and perform and get outcomes. And oftentimes you're doing it because of maybe your own internal expectations, but often somebody else's expectations. And
Yeah.
you've never slowed down enough to ask yourself or your body, or to like tune in to how it's going, until your body starts screaming at you in the form of an illness.
Mm.
And so why we bring in those tools, and I'm not an expert at all of them. We bring in our community members who are trained in those things, and we train our community, and we bring in guest speakers and things like that, because I can't pretend to be great at everything. I would love to be, but I don't have time for that. So we bring in people that are experts at that, and we bring in those tools, because it's so incredibly important to increase your capacity. Because what we're trying to do is not have you hold less. We want you to actually be able to hold more, but we want you to be able to do it in a way that honors yourself, honors your values, has you be able to know what a clear yes and no feels like inside of you, where you can actually rewire your nervous system from the inside out. So like, I want to be able to hold the Nova movement with joy and without burning myself out, and to actually have a really strong, well, healthy body while I learn to hold the most that I've ever held in my entire life. And so that's why we bring in those tools, because we're not trying to have you give less. We're trying to teach you how to receive more and hold more, but do it from a totally different place.
I like that. It's like you're really filling up these leaders. They leave filled and knowing that they can take on more than what they're actually doing.
Yes.
Absolutely beautiful.
Yes.
My last question, I could talk to you forever about this, but my last question for you is the rewiring of leadership paradigms. Having built the Nova on new paradigms, feminine leadership, belonging, depth, what advice would you give to women who are stepping into leadership, who want to lead differently from the traditional models?
I would get in the room with other people that are doing this too, because it is so hard.
It's
And
hard.
I am surrounded. I am like a living, walking, breathing example of this. And I still struggle with it. And I'm surrounded by it everywhere. And so we cannot do it alone. You cannot do it in a silo. This is a collective rewiring, and we need constant reminders, because we've often lived decades of our lives in a totally different way, and the real world does not live this way. So the second you go out of your house, all the systems that exist are not this. So everything else is pulling for you to get sucked back into the old way of being.
Yes.
So this is why we absolutely need to be in rooms with each other. We need to be practicing this regularly with one another. We need to be in rooms of expanders. We need to see that it's possible. And so we don't give up, because we really need this. Like, this is one of the ways that we really change the world. And it is absolutely needed now more than ever. And so I just feel like, please don't give up. Please come find us, because we really are everywhere. We need you as much as you need us, but please do not try to do it alone.
I love it. Well, Melissa, it's always a pleasure to bring you back to our community, to hear what you're up to, what you've done, how you're building this amazing platform to support the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you for your work.
Thank you for your work. Yeah.
This is just amazing. And thank you to everybody who's tuned in today. The HerStory Circle is not just a platform for speakers, for a podcast. We're a social impact movement that brings you the stories and voices of women from all over the world. We share our stories to uplift you, to energize you, to inspire you, but most importantly, to take you from where you are now to where you're trying to go. So if you are that woman who's aspiring for that leadership position, not quite knowing how to do it, or you're already there and struggling, the Nova can help you reframe everything. So please reach out to Melissa. Don't try and do it alone. There's women out there who can support you every step of the way. And I'm just going to put in a plug here, Melissa, for our social impact project for 2025. Now, a lot of you know that every time we have a summit, we look for a recipient, an organization that has a focus on women and children. It could be somebody in our community who's needing support and help. Our recipient for 2025 is Bernice Williams. Bernice is fighting with leukemia. Both her and her husband have had several rounds of cancer, to a point where the government is not financing their healthcare anymore. She has fortunately just found a bone marrow donor from South Africa who's going to help her. She's going into hospital on the 10th of September, and we are trying to raise $20,000 for this procedure to happen. So, Melissa, I'm asking you to take the link, share it in your community. I will email it to you. Anybody else who is out there, every single cent counts. I remember when I had congestive heart failure, a community of women did something very similar for me, and they raised funds for me to survive for 6 months. So please reach out, reach deep if you can. We're at $9,565 at the moment. The mission is to raise $20,000 for Bernice, to have her procedure, go home relaxed, knowing that she doesn't have to stress about money. So, Melissa, thank you so much for being here, for sharing who you are. As usual, I love connecting with you because you sing my song. Sing my song, and it's just nice to see women who are out there making a difference for others and making it easy for others to show up in the best way that they can as well. So I'll be back in the evening, ladies and gentlemen. I've been going since 5 o'clock this morning. This is now almost 12 noon, so I'm going to go and have my granny nap. And in the afternoon, we've got our UK and European speakers coming online. This is an 11-day event where every single day we have 10 speakers in the morning, 10 speakers in the afternoon. So thank you for listening. Thank you for tuning in. And thank you again, Melissa.
Thank you.
Bye for now, everybody.
Bye-bye.